Chapter 852. Streams of hyperdrive light streaked across the dark universe, and the traces left behind by the retreating arcane church fleet woke up the dynasty's space monitoring buoys one after another, not hiding their route at all. In the bridge of the glorious sun-grade flagship, Sagman, Cisco, and the other beyond grade as gathered together, looking at the fleet commander Rogue with a serious expression. Rogue's eyes never left the star map. Planet Lighthouse is located at the edge of the Dawn Star Cluster, connected to the desolate universe belt. If we maintain our full speed, we will be able to escape from this area very soon, Rogue said with a deep voice. The transmission of energy and light required time. The scale of the universe was very large, and many long-range detection methods had a certain degree of delay. Using quantum communication to send back real-time information was a more common method of warning. However, the universe was too big, and the dynasty could not set up monitoring buoys in every inch of space. The warning area would usually extend from the stronghold planet to the surroundings, and the density of monitoring buoys would decrease the further away they were. The Arcane Church had already escaped to the outer warning area of Planet Lighthouse and was entering the desolate universe belt. It was a race against time, and there was no point in clearing the space buoys. They would still be located. Rogue did not mind having his route detected by the dynasty in the warning area. After all, he was not stupid enough to go straight to the location of the secret Stargate. The plan was to enter stealth mode in the desolate universe belt where the space buoys were sparse. Only then would they be able to escape the dynasty's direct surveillance. They would then split into dozens of teams and move toward the secret Stargate. This way, a considerable portion of the teams would be abandoned. When their fleet set off, the location of the secret Stargate had already been moved. The original coordinates of the secret Stargate had already been destroyed, but there was no new information on the star map. Only Rogue, the Beyond Great As, and a few of his confidants knew this information. This was to prevent the teams from revealing the location of the secret Stargate after they were captured by the dynasty. Of course, these teams were not completely abandoned. They were just a distraction. When Rogue, the Beyond Great As, and the rest of the core troops escaped from the glittering galaxy, the true location would be revealed to these teams. At that time, even if the secret Stargate was exposed, the impact would be much smaller. They could blow up the Stargate at any time to stop the losses. At the very least, they could let these troops cross the desolate universe belt and return as soon as possible. Every minute we spend in the flickering world increases our risk, Sagman said with a deep voice. If you only know how to say this kind of nonsense that everyone knows, then don't open your mouth. It's all thanks to you that the danger we're going through now is meaningless. Luo Good didn't hold back at all. His tone carried a hint of anger. He had just reported the results of the battle to the bishops and was scolded. Thinking of the bleak future ahead of him, he could not help but feel angry. At this time, he did not want to give these Beyond Grade as who had caused the failure of the operation any face. Being blamed, Sagman's face tightened. He thought about it, but did not do anything. They were indeed in the wrong since the Beyond Grade A battlefield was the cause of the problem. The other four turned a deaf ear to his words. Everyone was now in the same boat, fleeing in the Empire's territory. No one cared about Rogue's disrespect. Cisco's expression was the worst. Thinking about his friend Dylan falling into the hands of the dynasty, his mood was extremely bad. He could not be bothered with the others. Seeing that no one spoke, Rogue snorted and said, "The dynasty is definitely sending troops to block our escape route, but there's no need to worry too much. This is just a fake route. Furthermore, most of the fleets that the dynasty can use nearby have gone to reinforce Planet Lighthouse. It will take time for the strongholds further away to send out their fleets, so even if we're intercepted, we can easily annihilate them. The only thing we need to worry about is the dynasty's Beyond Grade as chasing after us. Based on the current situation, Terakov will definitely wait for reinforcements to move together. Unfortunately, I originally thought that we would have a chance to lure the enemy and kill them. While Rogue was analyzing, Sagman and the others were privately discussing through psychic communication. With the size of the fleet, It'll still be obvious even if we split up. Maybe we should leave the fleet and take a small spaceship. It'll be more discreet that way, Taylor said. We can consider it. Let's talk about it after we split up. When escaping, the survivability and concealment of a beyond grade, moving alone was much higher than moving with the fleet. As individuals with great strength, they were not afraid of the harsh environment of the universe. Furthermore, they were extremely small targets and could hide on a desolate planet. No one would be able to find them. This was especially true for Ninja and Taylor, who had secret techniques. Without enemies to hold them back, their teleportation abilities could appear and disappear like ghosts. Rogue was worried that they would be chased by the Dynasty's beyond grade so he wanted to bring Sagman and the others with him. Little did he know that Sagman and the others were also considering using the fleet as bait to attract the Dynasty's attention. In another direction, the fallen Ark fleet was also retreating at full speed. Due to the split in the battle, Esgod's fleet had lost contact with the Arcane Church. Without an intelligence channel, they had no idea what the other party was up to. In the face of a great disaster, they were all fleeing on their own. However, they had an advantage. They had attacked from the outer perimeter and deliberately destroyed many space monitoring buoys along the way, creating a scattered blind spot that was convenient for escaping. In the command room of the main ship, Hakizan moved his gaze away from the star map and turned to look at the Esgod doppelganger beside him. Esgod's main body had already found a secret room to evolve, and he did not know how long it would take. Before he started evolving, he had purposely created some doppelgangers to protect himself and monitor the fleet. Esgod had always been wary of everyone, even his right-hand man Hakizan, who had accompanied him for more than 100 years. When his main body was at its weakest, the only person he truly trusted was himself. "You still don't trust me?" Fakizan's barbed tongue moved like a spirit serpent. He licked the red metal mask covering half of his face, making a scratching sound. He snorted from his nostrils, which made him look like he was sneering. In front of the Esgod doppelganger, Hakizan raised his 4 withered arms, and purple mist seeped out of his dark purple skin, condensing into a ball of mist in midair. It was bound by some kind of ability and looked like a bead. Then he looked for his subordinate and handed the bead in his hand to the other party. Empty an ordinary battleship and remove the energy core, artificial intelligence system, and other components, leaving only an empty shell. Put this bead in the spaceship, then abandon the spaceship and let it drift on the path we passed. Let the Dynasty troops chasing us discover the spaceship. The Esgod doppelganger turned to look at him and said coldly, "What are you planning to do?" Hakizan laughed eerily. "I'm going to contact the Dynasty." Bang. As soon as he said that, the Esgod doppelganger suddenly grabbed his neck, lifted him up, and pressed him against the wall. "You want to betray me?" Hakizan was not afraid at all, with his neck being grabbed tightly. Instead, he laughed even louder. "Ha! I'm going to cooperate with the Dynasty. If they can provide us with information about the Arcane Church, we can send some troops to intercept the Arcane Church. After all, those subordinates are just cannon fodder. We're the troops closest to the Arcane Church. With our help, the Dynasty can stall the Arcane Church more efficiently." "There's no need to do that," the Esgod doppelganger said coldly. "No, it's very necessary. Compared to the Arcane Church, the Dynasty definitely wants to deal with the latter. They have quite a few beyond grades on their side, so they're more valuable. If we can capture them, the Arcane Church will lose close to half of their beyond grade A combatants. The Dynasty won't let go of such an opportunity to attack the enemy. When the Dynasty puts its focus on the Arcane Church, the pressure on you will be reduced. Hakizan's tone was filled with mockery and playfulness. This time, the Arcane Church also hates us for running away. When we return to the Central Galaxy, we'll be attacked by both the Red Empire and the Arcane Church. By doing so, not only will the Dynasty's anger toward us be reduced, but it will also weaken the Arcane Church, reducing the number of beyond grade A enemies you'll face in the future. Furthermore, if the Arcane Church suffers such a huge loss, they might not have the time to deal with us in the short term. The ES God doppelganger did not comment. How do I know you're not going to betray my location? If your Excellency ES God is still worried, you can leave an ES God doppelganger on that empty spaceship to monitor my communication with the dynasty. If you feel that I've betrayed your location, I'm right here, and you can kill me anytime. The ES God doppelganger was silent for a while before suddenly saying, "You don't have to do this. I'll leave a doppelganger behind to negotiate with the dynasty. You don't have to interfere." He felt that although Hakuzen's actions were sudden and strange, it did make sense. If he could negotiate with the dynasty, it would be beneficial for him. After all, it was just a doppelganger, so it would not matter even if it was destroyed. That works too. Releasing his grip, Hakuzen landed on the ground, rubbed his neck, and called for his subordinates to disperse the fog ball that he had just created and absorb it back into his body. He then pretended that nothing had happened and continued to observe the star map. The metallic mask that was as red as blood was branded on the upper half of his face. No one could see Hakuzen's eyes under the mask, and no one knew what he was thinking. Speaking of which, no one knew how he could see with his eyes covered. The battle on Planet Lighthouse had ended, but the matter was far from over. Under Tarakov's orders, the dynasty's fleet in the flickering world started to chase after the arcane church and fallen Arkansas. As for the army players who were watching Bun Hit Dogs post on the forums, before their shock and curiosity faded, a new mission popped up on everyone's interface at the same time. Before this, the Black Star Corps players only knew that the dynasty's outpost, Planet Lighthouse, was attacked. There were about 10 beyond grade as fighting, and Army Commander Blackstar was one of them. As for the identity of the attackers and the cause of this incident, they had no idea at all. Crimson Dynasty Order, Full Pursuit, Mission Introduction. Because they coveted Black Star's evolution cube, as well as to instigate a conflict, the Arcane Church joined forces with the Fallen Ark to launch a surprise attack on the Dynasty's outpost in the flickering world. The enemy had a total of 7 beyond grade A combatants. However, with the help of the Dynasty's allies, Black Star, Milizaus, Bayoni, and Austin, who was invited by Black Star, we successfully repelled the incoming fleet. Currently, these two fleets are fleeing in the flickering world. We hereby mobilize all forces to hunt down the invaders and protect the dignity of the dynasty. Chief Commander of the Red Empire Exploration Army, Tarakov Mission Requirements. Track the fleet of the Arcane Church and Fallen Ark that attacked Planet Lighthouse. Try to discover their whereabouts and kill as many of them as possible. After the mission is completed, different rewards will be given according to your performance evaluation. After learning about what had happened, the Shattered Star Ring section of the forums exploded. The Arcane Church attacked the Red Empire? Are the universal civilizations about to start a war? No wonder there was such a huge scene of 11 beyond grade as fighting. Is the army commander still okay? He's not dead, right? Their target was the army commander's evolution cube, so this incident was actually caused by the army commander. Holy *T, he was targeted by a universal civilization and even defeated them. He's really something. Our Black Star Corps is an ally of the Red Empire. Does this mean that the army is also an enemy of the Arcane Church? I feel like something big is going to happen. Port Bun had obtained first-hand information this time. Below his post, countless players flooded into post, creating dozens of comments per second. He was as excited as a monkey. Following Black Star was indeed the right choice. He had suddenly created such a huge piece of news. After the initial shock, many players became excited. After 3 versions, they had figured out the pattern. The events in Galaxy were connected and influenced each other. This was an orderly system, based on the intelligence and news from various regions. They could actually use logic to predict some of the events that might happen in the future. This incident involved the 3 universal civilizations, so it was not a small matter. If the 2 sides were to fight, it would definitely not be a small story. Many people had a guess. Maybe this attack was a sign of a future main storyline, or maybe this was the main storyline of the next version. That was not impossible. As this theory spread on the forum, some people made a different suggestion. They believed that this might not necessarily be the main storyline. It could also be an event during the version update, and it would appear as a background introduction in the next version. This theory was also supported by some people. Due to Han Zhao's actions, the Chinese players in the Shattered Star Ring had already developed the habit of guessing the storyline of the major versions. The old Russian and Australian players from the Constellation Corridor also joined in the speculation, joining the excited atmosphere of the forums. There were all kinds of guesses. The Black Star Core players did not just fight on the forums, but also turned around to join in the chase. Although many of them were too far away and might not be able to make any contributions, the army players were already used to participating in large-scale faction missions. Furthermore, this mission did not have any failure conditions, so they might be able to get the lowest reward. The flickering world was still in a state of information lockdown and was not fully connected to the explored universe. Other than the parties involved, the other organizations in the outside world did not know that such a storm had happened in the flickering world. However, the players were the first outsiders to know about this secret. The army players discussed it enthusiastically in the Shattered Star Ring forums, and the players in the other Shattered Star Ring forums also gathered their friends and came to watch out of curiosity. This time, the forums displayed their unique intelligence advantage. Before the outside world knew anything about this, almost everyone in the player community knew about the storm on Planet Lighthouse. The forces of the three universal civilizations were spread throughout the entire explored universe, and their influence was extensive. No matter which star field the players were in, they all felt a sense of nervousness from this incident. They were secretly looking forward to the huge commotion that would follow after this incident was spread to the outside world. On the other side, Tarakov's troops set off from Planet Lighthouse to chase after the Arcane Church. Han Xiao, Milizaus, Baoni, Heber, and Raven Laudy, the five beyond grade as worked together. Not long after they set off, the upper echelons in charge of the dynasty's logistics contacted Han Xiao, according to Yurenril's request, and personally asked him what ultimate knowledges he wanted. Chapter 853. Okay, these two sets of knowledge will be transmitted to you very soon. Remember to receive them. The officer in charge of logistics hung up the communication. Han Xiao exited the quantum network and played with the black handgun in his hand, waiting for the knowledge he exchanged to be transmitted. The handgun in his hand looked like an outdated firearm with live ammunition, but it actually used dark energy technology. Its core was a particle energy furnace, and it was mainly sold to players as a weapon to increase long-range damage. However, to Han Xiao, it was no different from a toy gun. The reason it looked like this was mainly for nostalgia. As he became stronger, Han Xiao's memories of when he was weak became more and more vivid. The scenes of him fighting on Blue Star were still vivid in his mind. Now that he had grown into an overlord in the universe, he could barely kill ordinary soldiers in the beginning. Now, he had the destructive power to destroy planets. There were fewer and fewer things that could kill him, so he cherished his experiences when he was weak. In the blink of an eye, it's been more than 20 years. Memories flooded his mind. Han Zhao's expression was a little complicated. Sigh, people get emotional easily when they get older. Master, what are you thinking about? The hovering guards around Han Xiao like armed satellites merged and turned into psionic prime. He stood beside Han Xiao and asked, I'm just thinking about the past. Han Xiao put away his emotions and turned to look at psionic prime. I realize that you're getting more and more curious about the outside world. Psionic Prime's metal head nodded. Although I can obtain all kinds of knowledge through the network, the emotions of a life form are ever-changing. Many things can only be understood through personal experience. Therefore, I prefer to communicate. This is a good thing. In the future, I'll need you to manage a mechanical civilization for me. You're the first life form I've created. If there are no accidents, you'll be the leader. As the leader of a civilization, you need to learn to understand others and the thoughts of other mechanical lives. Han Xiao paused, and his expression suddenly became a little helpless. It's a good thing that you like to communicate, but you better change your habit of chatting online. Han Xiao used virtual technology to organize the data of all the mechanical lives. He realized that many mechanical lives, including psionic prime, like to chat with the netizens of various civilizations. It would have been fine if it was a normal chat, but most of the mechanical lives had hundreds or thousands of accounts open at the same time to chat with many people at the same time, and the content was very explosive. The most normal content was actually simulating the opposite sex to chat with others. It could be seen that the overall level of harmony was through the roof, and it was called studying the various emotional reactions of normal organisms. In his eyes, most mechanical lives were problematic children. They were like sponges that absorbed the evil and good of countless creatures at the same time, creating all kinds of personalities. Sizing up psionic prime, Han Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking. "Stand in front of me." Psionic prime did as he was told. His streamlined alloy body was filled with the beauty of machinery and technology. The light from the exhaust flames of countless spaceships shone in from outside the porthole and landed on his mechanical body, reflecting the light. Han Xiao leaned on the sofa, and with a flip of his palm, a ball of golden blue mechanical force that looked like an electromagnetic cloud gathered in his palm. It was like a cloud that was slowly changing shape, flickering with the light of mysterious energy. "You're my first child. After observing you for so long, I'm very satisfied with your potential. Are you willing to become my apostle weapon and obtain greater strength?" "I'm willing to accept everything from you, Master." Psionic Prime knelt on one knee. "Then accept this gift. Also, don't call me Master anymore." Han Zhao's lips curled up slightly. "Call me Lord." The next moment, with a thought from Han Xiao, the special mechanical force in his palm that contained Lord's power turned into streaks of electricity and entered Psionic Prime's body. It was the Lord Mechanic's ability, apostle life creation. Psionic Prime's energy furnace fluctuated violently, and streaks of golden blue mechanical force extended out from his mechanical body. It was as though they had turned into tentacles filled with electromagnetic energy. A magnetic field that contained a strange aura enveloped Psionic Prime's body. The mechanical structure, components, and nerves in his body started to transform, and the alloys around him started to vibrate as though they were about to be sucked into Psionic Prime's body. It was as though he had turned into a black hole. Han Xiao grabbed with his hand, and a large number of nanoparticles were thrown towards Psionic Prime. Under the effect of the special magnetic field outside Psionic Prime's body, the nanoparticles started to spin around Psionic Prime's body like rings. The spinning speed became faster and faster, and these nanoparticles gradually melted into a flood of metal. They were captured by the golden blue tentacles and entered Psionic Prime's body, providing him with raw materials for modification. The light left behind dreamy spots on Han Zhao's face. Han Xiao leaned on the sofa and played with the dark energy pistol casually, looking at this scene with great interest. The effect of apostle life creation was even better than Emperor's gift. There was a limit to the number of apostle weapons. Even with all kinds of talents that could break through the upper limit, the number of slots was still limited. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Since there were very few apostle weapons, Han Xiao wanted to give Psionic Prime a sense of ceremony. After a while, Psionic Prime's transformation finally stopped. His appearance had undergone a huge change. At this moment, Psionic Prime had become even taller and was about 4 meters tall. His mechanical body that was silver, blue, purple, and gold was still streamlined, but there were many new structures in many parts that strengthened the complexity of the armor. On the surface of the armor, there were also many complicated patterns that looked very beautiful. A metal ring that looked like a crown appeared on Psionic Prime's head. The back of the shoulder armor and the skirt armor extended downward, and the end gradually narrowed. The edge of the armor had clear, triangular metal scales that looked like layers of feathers, giving off the feeling that he was wearing a feather robe. A white mechanical spear with golden patterns appeared in his hand, and he placed it on the ground as though he was holding a scepter. Han Xiao sized him up and smiled. "How do you feel?" "Thanks to the Lord's gift, I feel a new power." Psionic Prime's tone was calm. He tapped the spear in his hand, and clouds of psionic energy surged out from his energy furnace. The energy fluctuations increased exponentially. Han Shao narrowed his eyes, suddenly raised his pistol, and fired at Psionic Prime. Bang! 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 Streaks of long and thin dark energy beams hit the surface of Psionic Prime's body and were blocked by a thin layer of psionic energy, triggering a combat notification. Han Shao looked at Psionic Prime's attributes on the interface, browsed through them, and nodded with satisfaction. The current Psionic Prime had reached level 215, and all his attributes, skills, and talents had been strengthened. He had already reached the level of a boss, far surpassing all mechanical life forms. Without Han Zhao's mechanical force bonuses, he still had the strength of a Calamity-grade super. With the mechanical force bonuses, it would not be difficult for him to beat a group of Calamity grades. He would even be able to exchange blows with a Beyond Grade A super. He would no longer be cannon fodder and would be on the same level as ES God's doppelganger. The spear in Psionic Prime's hands was a special apostle weapon brought by Apostle Life Creation. It was named Psionic Prime Battle Spear after him. It could also split into floating states and expand and shrink. It had multiple forms, and it could be released time and time again to gain more power. It could also convert psionic energy into light waves, and it could be used in both long-range and close-range battles. The weapon was also above level 200, and its quality was silver-orange, which meant that it was a legendary weapon with an inheritance attribute. When used by Psionic Prime himself, its power would be increased. Other than that, Psionic Prime also received special apostle characteristics and apostle authority. His apostle characteristics were steady and leader, which would strengthen the mechanical life forms around him. His apostle authority was psionic control and battle enhancement, which would allow him to control psionic energy more flexibly and be more proficient in combat. A satisfied smile appeared on Han Zhao's face. The strength of an apostle weapon was very impressive. It was a pity that the cooldown period of apostle life creation was very long, which meant that he could create 12 apostle weapons in a year. Of course, with talents like Machinery Emperor and Elementary Grade Mechanical Sense, he could create more than 12 apostle weapons. With a thought, Han Shao comforted him. Familiarize yourself with your new abilities, First Apostle. I will not disappoint the Lord, Psionic Prime said with a deep voice. Beep beep. At this moment, Han Zhao's communicator rang. He picked it up and saw that the Red Empire had finally sent over the 2 ultimate knowledges that he had obtained. After spending 12,000 contribution points, Han Shao chose the 2 ultimate knowledges. They were Armed Branch, Endless Material Science, Manipulation Branch, Virtual Creator. One was the ability of a virtual mechanic and only required 8 potential points. The other was an extremely important knowledge for a mechanic. No matter which branch a mechanic was from, they would try their best to learn it. Materials and energy had always been a huge bottleneck. In every level of knowledge in the Arm branch, there would be traces of material science. The ability to synthesize stronger and stronger materials and increase the basic attributes of all machines was one of the core knowledges of a mechanic. Learning these 2 knowledges required 32 potential points, and Han Shao had 33 potential points. Han Shao smiled and directly used his potential points to learn them. Learning complete. You have learned Endless Material Science. Learning complete. You have mastered Virtual Creator. You have received talent, Material Pioneer. Material Pioneer. Your chances of synthesizing new materials have been slightly increased, and the abilities obtained from special materials have been enhanced. For example, when using memory alloy or nano repair materials, machines will have the ability to repair themselves. If the original effect is 100 points of durability per second, the enhanced effect will be 150 to 280 points of durability per second. You have received talent, Virtual Lord. You have learned ability, Ultimate Material Refinement. You have learned ability, Endless Material Synthesis. Endless Material Synthesis. You can combine the characteristics of any material and attempt to synthesize new material formulas. The higher the grade of the material, the lower the success rate. The more complex the formula, the lower the success rate. The lower the success rate if there's a conflict between materials. The basic success rate increases with INT and machinery affinity. When you create a new material, the strength of the new material will be increased. You have learned ability, virtual life evolution. Virtual life evolution. You can turn AI into a virtual life form, and the virtual life form will have stronger virtual intrusion and defense. You have learned ability, virtual soul. Virtual soul. Your soul can switch to a virtual life form and wander in the quantum network. The higher your level, INT, and virtual technology bonuses are, the stronger your ability in the quantum network will be. This effect can be dispelled. When you connect to a target with mechanical force, you can temporarily virtualize the enemy's soul and drag it into the quantum network. The success rate depends on your level, INT, MYS, and LUK. If successful, the target will temporarily be unable to control their body, and attacking the target's soul in the quantum network will cause mental damage. This effect has a cooldown of 15 minutes. Han Xiao looked through it and nodded. The effects of these abilities are all very powerful. Endless material science allows me to further enhance the quality of my mechanical equipment and create new exclusive materials. Virtual knowledge allows me to have new tactical options. He had obtained 2 ultimate knowledges. Han Xiaoxin was satisfied. Han Xiao did not use the remaining 6,000 or so contribution points to exchange for new knowledges. He planned to leave them for activating the Red Empire's political asset effect. Just as he was about to head to the combat training room to test the strength of Psionic Prime, who had become an apostle weapon, his communicator rang again. Terakov had contacted him and revealed a piece of information that surprised him. After hearing that, Han Xiao had a strange expression. You're saying that ES God wants to temporarily cooperate with the dynasty and send a portion of his men to help us intercept the Arcane Church? Yes, the team that went to chase after the fallen Ark captured an empty battleship shell. An ES God doppelganger is inside. He did not resist and directly allowed himself to be captured, saying that he wants to have a talk with us. Terakov was also a little surprised. Han Xiao frowned and felt that this matter was a little strange. ES God did not need to do this at all. ES God's mobility was already very high, and he was not someone who valued his subordinates. He did not need to cooperate with the dynasty to escape. Furthermore, the dynasty's target was not him in the first place. So why would ES God do this to anger the Arcane Church? Did ES God think that he could curry favor with the dynasty by doing this? After thinking about it, Han Xiao asked, Chief Commander, what do you plan to do? What ES God wants is the information on the location of the Arcane Church. It doesn't matter if we give it to him. Anyway, the Arcane Church is about to leave the security perimeter and will lose track of them very soon. This information is not confidential, so we can tell anyone. Even if ES God is not sincere in helping us, there is no loss to us. If he really wants to trick the Arcane Church and get Sagman and the others to cover for him, we will benefit from it. As for the grudge of him working with the Arcane Church to attack us, we can take revenge in the future. Then we'll do as you say. Although Han Xiao felt that ES God's decision was very strange, Terakov was the commander. Since he could not think of any problems, he would not interfere with Terakov's decision. This time, Terakov spoke again. There's one more thing. ES God's doppelganger wants to see you and communicate with you. See me? Got it. The Dynasty fleet chasing ES God doesn't have any beyond grade as, so I will send some mechanical troops over to monitor his doppelganger and prevent him from doing anything rash. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and snorted. ES God was most likely here to thank him for using the evolution cube on him. After pausing for a while, he continued. As for the Arcane Church's fleet, even if they leave the security perimeter, I still have a way to locate them. As a virtual mechanic, how could he not do something to the Arcane Church's battleships during the battle? Although the artificial firewall of the Arcane Church was very strong, he still managed to infiltrate it and leave something behind. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. I chose to learn the knowledge of the virtual creator at this juncture precisely to chase after them. Chapter 854. After chasing for a while, the star map showed that the troops of the Arcane Church had finally left the alert range. They entered stealth mode and split up. Terekov had lost his real-time location. Because of their previous conversation, he invited Han Xiao to head to the main ship and use the virtual technology to locate the enemy's ship. The Legion commander's vehicle was connected to the main ship of the pursuing troops. Han Xiao led everyone into the corridor of the main ship and headed to the command room on the bridge. Hela and the others followed closely behind and surrounded Han Xiao. Along the way, the dynasty's officers all stopped and bowed to Han Xiao with respect. Han Xiao's contribution in this battle had earned the respect of most of the participants. Their lives were even saved by Black Star to a certain extent. These dynasty's soldiers also had a certain degree of gratitude towards Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled and turned around to see Hela frowning. He looked down and saw that Hela's neck was wrapped with a medical bandage that extended down along her collarbone. He couldn't see clearly inside, so he couldn't help but ask with concern, "How are your injuries?" Hela shook her head. "It's just a small injury. I'll recover after some time. You don't have to worry." After the battle ended, she didn't let Aurora waste her life force to heal them. She was going to recover on her own. "Does it still hurt?" "A little. The painkillers aren't working." Hela frowned. Although she was strong-willed, she wouldn't force herself over such a small matter after being together for so long. "Then congratulations on being alive." Han Xiao laughed. The group quickly arrived at the command room. Terekov had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, he immediately walked up and brought him to the star map. He pointed at a direction and said, "This is the last location of the Arcane Church. This is the last location of the Arcane Church's fleet. We've lost their real-time location. Black Star, we're counting on you." Han Xiao nodded and closed his eyes, entering the quantum network. In his vision that was as dark as the universe, the light of quantum network nodes lit up one after another. Some were far, some were near, and some were even denser than the stars in the universe. Countless streams of information were instantly transmitted between the nodes. A phantom torrent of information crashed toward him head-on, whizzing past Han Xiao's body without feeling anything. The star map unfolded in front of his eyes in the form of a quantum network layer. His line of sight could be zoomed in and out, jumping from one quantum node to another. In front of him, distance seemed to have become meaningless. Virtual Creator had brought about a qualitative leap in his virtual technology. It had been enhanced in all aspects, and its range was extremely terrifying. My quantum network vision is more detailed than before. This feels a little like an out-of-body experience. Han Xiao sensed it carefully for a while before he got down to business. He plucked a string in the quantum network that looked like a spider web and carefully identified the echoes of the nodes of the quantum network. Very soon, he sensed a weak connection from the infiltration program that he left in the fleet of the Arcane Church. His brain quickly processed the information he had received. Han Xiao opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. Pa! Over 100 red dots suddenly lit up on the star map in front of everyone. They were the fleets of the Arcane Church that had split up and escaped. The positions of all the fleets were marked out. In front of him, there was nowhere to hide. Terekov was overjoyed. "Good job. Hee. I only did some small work." Han Xiao exited the quantum network and chuckled. If it was before he learned Virtual Creator, the infiltration program that he left behind would most likely be discovered and wiped out by the artificial intelligence of the Arcane Church fleet. However, now that he had learned the ultimate knowledge of virtual technology and received a huge boost, the infiltration program that he left behind could enter and exit the artificial intelligence of the Arcane Church fleet without being discovered. This was the original intention of Han Xiao learning Virtual Creator. Terekov stroked his chin and pondered. The position has been recovered. All of the enemy's actions are under our surveillance, so we don't have to worry about them going missing. Since they chose to split up, they should have abandoned a portion of the fleet. In this case, these abandoned pieces are most likely carrying false positions of the secret stargates. They want to use this to confuse us. The true position of the secret stargates should only be known by those beyond grade, as in the fleet that the commander is in. Black Star, can you lock onto the position of the enemy commander and the beyond grade as? I suspect that they might not be on the flagship. I can, but this means that the infiltration program will need to infiltrate the surveillance cameras and database of the enemy fleet. The risk of being exposed will increase, and we might be wiped out. Are you sure you want to take this risk? Han Shao crossed his arms. The defense mechanism of a universal civilization naturally had some tricks up its sleeve. After thinking about it, Terekov shook his head and said, "Then let's maintain the current situation. As long as we have the position, we can try to wipe out the entire Arcane Church fleet. Give us some intelligence from ES God first." Han Shao nodded and did not say anything else. His consciousness sank into his mech legion, and the mechanical army he sent out was about to come into contact with ES God's doppelganger. On the other side, a small fleet brought the empty spaceship that ES God's doppelganger was in to the rendezvous point. After waiting in space for a period of time, streams of hyperdrive light appeared from the darkness far away and stopped in front of them, revealing the true appearance of the Black Star Corps battleship. The two teams came into contact and reported their identities. Then, the Black Star Corps battleship docked with the empty spaceship. A group of Dynasty soldiers stationed in the empty spaceship to monitor ES God's doppelganger waited at the entrance of the spaceship to receive the emissaries sent by the Beyond Grade A Supers. Everyone had a relieved expression on their faces. They were just a group of ordinary soldiers monitoring ES God's doppelganger. Even if ES God's doppelganger did not resist, the psychological pressure they felt was immense. It was as though they had overestimated themselves and were accompanying a ferocious beast. The nervousness of being killed at any moment made their nerves tense. Now, their helper had finally arrived. Chi. The cabin door slid open, and Psionic Prime, who was more than 4 meters tall, walked in first. He held a scepter-like Psionic Prime spear and seemed to be wearing a feather robe. Behind him was a group of mechanical lives and a large number of mechanical soldiers. Psionic Prime looked down at the Dynasty soldiers below him and slowly spoke. "I'm Psionic Prime, the first apostle under Black Star Lord. I'm here to hand over the mission. We'll watch over ES God's doppelganger from now on. I'll leave it to you." The group of Dynasty soldiers heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly handed over the mission before leaving the empty spaceship. Psionic Prime led his troops all the way to the cabin of the empty spaceship, where ES God's doppelganger was. Behind him, Silver Flash looked at Psionic Prime, whose appearance had changed drastically, and said angrily, "The Lord favors Psionic Prime too much. Why did he become the first apostle weapon? Stop complaining. Psionic Prime is the Lord's first child. It's natural for him to be born," a strengthened Oathkeeper named Gold Sovereign said. He was also one of the earliest batch of mechanical lives to be converted, so he had a cold personality. In front of the two of them was a streamlined beast-type mechanical soldier called Mad Sky Hunter. He turned his huge mechanical beast head around and looked at the two of them before slowly saying, "The Lord has his own considerations. What we need to do is to offer our absolute loyalty. Since the Lord only gave Psionic Prime this power now, there should be a limit to the qualifications of apostle weapons. Maybe only a small portion of us can become apostle weapons." Psionic Prime listened to the discussion behind him silently and did not say anything. He quickly brought everyone to the cabin. As the energy core of this empty spaceship had been removed, its energy was extremely low. In the dim light, ES God's doppelganger leaned on the sofa and faced Psionic Prime's mechanical army. "Black Star, you're here," ES God's doppelganger said with a smile. "I'm Psionic Prime. The Lord doesn't want to see you for the time being. Just pass me the message." ES God's doppelganger sized Psionic Prime up and sat up straight. "Apostle weapon? I remember that Black Star didn't have such an ability when we fought previously. It seems like he gained quite a lot in this battle. All right, I'm not interested in talking to you. Call Black Star out." Psionic Prime leaned on his spear and turned a deaf ear. Clearly, he did not plan to do so. Seeing this, ES God's doppelganger suddenly raised his arm. The arm formed by black fog extended like rubber, and his fist shot out like a cannonball. The speed of his fist could not even be seen. Dang! The fist that contained the strength, Esper ability, smashed on his psionic prime spear, creating a shockwave that reverberated in the narrow space. Psionic Prime did not say anything. Energy surged in his psionic prime spear, and the spear instantly unfolded. He swung the spear vertically, and a beam of light formed by psionic energy shot out. Swoosh! God's doppelganger's speed was shocking, and he dodged the attack. The sofa he was sitting on was cut in half, and the beam of light entered the cabin wall. The next moment, the entire empty spaceship was cut in half. The mechanical army in the spaceship and God's doppelganger landed in space and faced each other. The Dynasty spaceships beside them hurriedly aimed their cannons at God's doppelganger and prepared for battle. Psionic Prime was at the front, and a beam of mechanical force came from the void and landed on his body. Instantly, his entire body was covered in lightning, and it was extremely dazzling. The other mechanical army did not receive any mechanical force buffs and retreated under Psionic Prime's signal. When God's doppelganger saw this mechanical force, he knew that Han Xiao was paying attention to him. The scene before him allowed him to understand Han Xiao's plan, and he sneered in his heart. Is he purposely letting the apostle weapons fight with me and using me as a test target? Since you allowed me to evolve, I'll play with your apostle weapons. The next moment, God doppelganger moved and shot towards Psionic Prime like a cannonball. He extended his arm again and launched a series of attacks towards Psionic Prime, leaving behind a series of afterimages. This doppelganger did not have any powerful Esper abilities, only physical strengthening, body modification, shock contact, and so on. However, under the buff of his grade, this God doppelganger also had the strength of a beyond grade A and could easily crush a calamity grade. Psionic Prime waved his spear and fought with God. His mechanical body clashed with God time and time again, and large amounts of psionic energy shards splashed out. In a head-on clash, Psionic Prime and God's doppelganger were evenly matched and did not fall into a disadvantage. Psionic Prime's spear condensed dark blue energy and continuously shot out psionic energy beams. God was like a piece of plasticine, constantly changing his body shape to dodge all kinds of attacks. God's attacks were also dodged by Psionic Prime in the same way, turning into many agile hovering guards. They could only combine their body parts to attack and were extremely difficult to hit. Both sides were evenly matched, and the mechanical lives that were forced to watch from the side were shocked. Originally, they were only slightly higher level cannon fodder in front of a beyond grade A, but now, Psionic Prime had the strength to fight against a beyond grade A super. Is this the power of an apostle weapon? Many mechanical lives, including Silver Flash, became even more excited about the identity of an apostle weapon. Both sides clashed again, and a large amount of light shards exploded. Psionic Prime and God's doppelganger retreated at the same time. This time, the mechanical force on Psionic Prime's body disappeared, which meant that the spar had ended. Seeing this, God's doppelganger did not attack anymore. He was there to discuss matters. Everyone returned to another Black Star Corps spaceship and came to the cabin. As soon as God's doppelganger sat down, Han Zhao's remote projection appeared and sat opposite him, staring at him coldly. Seeing this, God's doppelganger smiled. Black Star, it's all thanks to you this time. I've finally evolved. Han Xiao crossed his arms and snorted. You came to see me just to say this? Of course not. God's doppelganger waved his hands. He was in a good mood and chuckled. I want to ask you, you've already obtained a wormhole data, right? What's the result of your research? This fellow did purposely reveal the abnormality of the data and used my connections to help him research it. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. God thought that he was the only one who knew about the existence of the World Tree Civilization and had a sense of superiority. Until now, God still thought that Han Xiao only researched the wormhole data out of caution and did not know that Han Xiao also knew about the existence of the World Tree Civilization. Han Xiao naturally would not shatter ES God's fantasy. Only by hiding this information could ES God lower his guard. Long story short, this is the positioning information sent by the dynasty. Han Xiao told Philip to show him part of the information and slowly said, "If you can really help the dynasty intercept the arcane church, the dynasty might reconsider how to deal with you." ES God's doppelganger did not comment and continued to browse through the information. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. "However, I still don't understand why you suddenly want to work with the dynasty. Angering the arcane church is not a good thing for you. You don't have to worry about that." ES God's doppelganger did not even raise his head. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. He had a feeling that this was not ES God's original intention and that he had been bewitched by someone else. Although ES God's actions could be considered to be pleasing the dynasty, Han Xiao felt that this was more like an opportunity to purposely increase the losses of the arcane church, targeting Sagman and the other beyond grade as to weaken the high-level combatants of the arcane church. If we succeed, who will benefit the most? The Red Empire? The Radiant Federation? Or those supercluster civilizations? Han Xiao pondered. After the arcane church split up and fled, Rogue, Sagman, and the others changed their spaceships, abandoned the main ship, and pretended to be an ordinary team, fleeing toward the true location of the secret Stargate. Rogue thought that this method of splitting up could confuse the Empire's pursuing troops, but what happened next made him pale with fright. Some of the teams that were fleeing in other directions were attacked, and the attackers were not only the Dynasty's fleet, but also the Fallen Ark. Is ES God crazy? Why did he attack us? Rogue was shocked and furious. His face was pale, and he panted heavily as he stared at the star map with bloodshot eyes. Teams were wiped out one after another. ES God probably turned around and reached an agreement with the Red Empire. This guy, he's determined to use us to restrain the dynasty. Sagman was also furious. It was one thing for ES God to betray them, but now he was even playing the blame game. Although he did not have high hopes for ES God's moral integrity, he was still infuriated by ES God's actions. Psyker stared at the star map and suddenly said, "The situation is a little strange. They were able to accurately attack our squads. Is it because those squads were unlucky enough to run into the Empire's blockade? Or does the Empire still know our whereabouts?" As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. Black Star is a virtual mechanic. He might have done something. Cisco clenched his teeth. What kind of mechanic is he? Mercer rubbed his fists and thought stubbornly. Hearing this, Rogue hurriedly ordered the fleet's artificial intelligence to be activated. However, they did not detect Han Zhao's infiltration program, so they could not clear it. "We actually can't find Black Star's infiltration program." Sagman's head hurt. He was very knowledgeable, and a virtual mechanic who could easily bypass the firewall of a universal civilization was not easy to deal with. Although they were not sure if Han Xiao had done something, they decided to prepare for the worst because of Han Zhao's performance this time. Rogue clenched his teeth. Right now, the Empire's encirclement has yet to take shape. This is our only chance to escape. Spread the word. Everyone, split into 1,000,000 teams from the hundreds. Also, cut off the quantum network connection of half of the teams. He wanted to use more teams to confuse the dynasty before the encirclement was formed. Splitting into 1,000,000 teams meant that each team would only have a few spaceships, which meant that they had given up on the ability to resist. As long as they encountered the dynasty's fleet, they would have no chance of escaping. Cutting off the quantum network connection of half of the teams meant that these teams would become isolated troops with no one to command them. They would all become deaf and mute, unable to communicate with the other teams. They could only follow the instructions of the star map and escape. The only advantage of this was that they would be able to get rid of any possible location after cutting off the quantum network. Rogue was prepared to cut off the quantum network for his own troops, which meant that he had given up on command and handed over the command to his adjutant. Because of Han Zhao's methods, Rogue made such a decision to abandon almost everyone in exchange for a chance of survival for himself and the 5 beyond grade as. Ninja stared at him coldly and said, Your Excellency Commander, if you do this, you will be court-martialed when you return. Rogue laughed bitterly. If I fail this battle, what future will I have when I return? If not for Black Star turning the situation around, how could I have failed? Do I hate you? Of course I do. But you're still the high-level combatants of the Arcane Church. The Arcane Church doesn't care about these millions of battleships and soldiers. We can build more battleships and gather more ordinary soldiers at any time, but you're different. Beyond grade, as are existences that can't be replicated. Plus, you have the universal treasure, the 10,000 deity scepter. My primary mission is to escort you high-level combatants out of here. Your safety is a higher priority than any of us. When we were in the Military Officer Academy, our mentors told us that we shouldn't be officers if we weren't ruthless. Getting the best of both worlds is a beautiful and greedy fantasy. Most of the time, the situation doesn't allow us to be willful, and we will often have to make choices. In order to complete the tactical mission, everything that is relatively unimportant can be abandoned. I've already thought it through. Who cares about the court-martialed? I only have one mission now, and that is to preserve the strength of the Arcane Church. After saying so much in one breath, Luo Gu opened his bloodshot eyes wide and gasped for breath. Sagman and the others narrowed their eyes. As beyond grade, as they would not be easily moved by the words of others. In fact, with their experience, Rogue's thoughts could not escape their eyes. The five of them looked at each other before turning to look at Rogue. Sagman said calmly, "All right, we'll do as you say then." Shattered Star Ring, Blue Star, Floating Dragon Island. Compared to a few months ago, Floating Dragon now had many more facilities. Countless spaceships came and went, and it seemed very prosperous. Because they had officially established their base, Floating Dragon no longer allowed galactic pirates and scavengers to stay on the island. All the gray organizations on the island were chased away. Of course, there were also some who did not dare approach the stronghold of the Black Star Corps and took the initiative to escape. Now, the organizations that had entered Floating Dragon were all legitimate financial groups. Under the influence of Floating Dragon, Blue Star also received the favor of many financial groups and welcomed new development opportunities. In the palace of Floating Dragon Island, Ames sat on the throne. Her fair legs stretched out from under her high-cut black dress, crossing each other to form a beautiful curve, looking very enchanting and seductive. Ames supported her chin with her right hand and looked down at the representatives of the financial groups who had come to meet her. Her expression was calm, and she looked indifferent, but in fact she was indeed in a daze. These miscellaneous matters will be taken care of by Jenny in the end anyway. She could not be bothered. Ames's thoughts had long drifted to other places as she muttered to herself, "That's right. I wonder how Hella and Aurora are doing. TSK, Black Star is so annoying. He took my 2 students away for so long and did not send back any news at all. Beep beep." At this time, the communicator floating by the side suddenly rang. Ames raised her finger and grabbed the communicator. Looking at it, she was a little surprised. Austin, didn't this guy go to the secondary dimensions to look for materials? Curious, Ames picked up the call, and Austin's figure appeared on the screen. "Why are you looking for me?" Austin smiled and said, "Ames, I have a piece of information here that might be useful to you." Ames raised her brows and said, "Interesting. When did you become an information dealer? Isn't that Black Star hobby?" Austin did not mind. With a meaningful smile, he told Ames everything that had happened on Planet Lighthouse. At the start, Ames was still listening lazily, but as Austin narrated, she gradually sat up straight and became expressionless. An unstable force field floated around her, bringing a huge pressure. The financial group representatives below felt a chill in their hearts and did not know what to do. "That's the situation." Austin ended the narration and added, "Seeing that your Black Star ally, I specially informed you. As I expected, you didn't know anything. Black Star hid this from you. It seems like he doesn't want you to get involved in this storm. Don't be long-winded. I know what you mean. Humph. Anyway, thanks. I don't need this information." Ames hung up and closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Aesop also heard this information and shook his head. The prophecy came true. Luckily, I reminded Blackstar, or else he might not have been able to escape this time. Blackstar hid this from you probably because he doesn't want you to get involved in the storm of a universal civilization. However, Austin deliberately told you this because he wants to muddy the waters. He's indeed a little kid who wants to see the world burn. Hearing this, Ames opened her eyes and said coldly, I'm his ally, not his subordinate. What right does he have to tell me whether I get involved or not? Aesop helplessly shook his head and said, I knew it. Then what do you want to do? Help me contact the Red Empire's special envoy, Zoel. The Red Empire will very likely mobilize troops in the Shattered Star Ring and attack the Arcane Church's garrison and Stargate station here. As she spoke, Ames stood up, and her black dress fluttered. Blackstar, Cisco, Heber, and Austin, the four of them are all in the flickering world. Therefore, I'm the only beyond Grade A in the Shattered Star Ring. I'll go wherever I want to go. Around 6,700 words today. It's almost the end of the month. Chapter 855. More and more fleets from the Dynasty gathered, and the desolate universe built outside the Dawn Star Cluster was sealed. The encirclement was slowly taking shape, and the gap left for the Arcane Church fleet was getting smaller and smaller. With the help of Han Zhao's positioning, the Dynasty captured more enemy spaceships. After Rogue divided his fleet into millions of teams, these teams had no way of breaking through the encirclement of the Dynasty's search teams. Once they encountered the Dynasty, they would only be annihilated or captured alive. Not long after, hundreds of thousands of spaceships fell into the hands of the Dynasty, and countless crestfallen members of the Arcane Church became captives. However, Rogue's method of escaping by cutting off his tail did increase the difficulty of the Dynasty's pursuit. Lu Sun once said that the best way to hide something was not to lock in a safe, but to hide it in a sea of bait. This was the situation that the Dynasty was currently facing. On the main ship of the pursuit force, Terakov was having a video conference, analyzing the situation with Han Zhao and the others. According to the confessions of the captives, the enemy's commander, Rogue, abandoned his troops to confuse us. Furthermore, half of the enemy's ships have disconnected from the internet and escaped from our surveillance. They have become a lone army that is fleeing in the dark. We have captured the Glorious Sun flagship, but there are no traces of Rogue and the others on it. Therefore, they should be hiding among the disconnected troops. Han Zhao rubbed his chin. Looks like they've noticed my infiltration. They actually chose to cut off their tail and escape, abandoning all their troops and sending them into our hands. This commander called Rogo is quite bold. Blackstar, do you have any ideas? As long as the fleet that has disconnected from the network reconnects to the quantum network for an instant, their location will be exposed. Han Zhao shrugged. When he left the infiltration program, he had not learned Virtual Creator yet. Therefore, the function of the program was limited by the firewall. If the virtual technology back then was at its current level, it would not be as simple as leaving the infiltration program. Instead, he would be able to bypass the artificial intelligence defense mechanism and secretly infect the enemy's artificial intelligence with his virus. Even if the enemy had disconnected from the network, he would be able to force the enemy's artificial intelligence back on, which would resolve the current situation to a certain extent. I could do divination, Raven Loudy said, but there are also two sorcerers on the ethereal side. They must have set up an interference field on themselves to prevent others from peeping. Let's try. It's free anyway. Han Zhao raised his eyebrows. Raven Loudy snorted. He raised his hand and grabbed. A light blue crystal appeared in his palm. Inside the crystal, there was a cluster of gray clouds. Crack! The next moment, the expensive divination orb broke into two halves. Crystal, 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 of course. Everyone looked at him with a look that clearly said, "You're useless." Raven Loudy was rather thick-skinned. He put away the divination ball as if nothing had happened and even asked if he could reimburse it. Terakov decided to ignore him for the moment. At this moment, Heber muttered to himself, "The enemy has divided their forces, and the number of battleships in each division has decreased. They lack the ability to break through, so the main team, led by Rogo, may be the only one with the ability to break through. Once a Beyond Grade A makes a move, they will be discovered by our people. However, we have no corresponding eyewitness reports for the time being, which means that they have not touched our blockade line from beginning to end. These people are pretty lucky. Bayoni snorted. Luck. Han Shao blinked and suddenly had an idea. He turned around and looked at Fu Ding behind him with a burning gaze. Fu Ding, pick a few positions. Which direction do you think Luo Ji's troops will escape in? If you're lucky, you might get it. Fu Ding did not know whether to laugh or cry. Black Star, it's one thing for you to tease me about my luck, but how can you be like this in front of outsiders? Don't joke about such serious matters. What are you talking about? Which eye of yours saw that I was joking? Han Shao shrugged and said seriously, as you can see, we have encountered a problem that we can't solve. Why don't we let you give it a try and believe in metaphysics? Who knows, you might really hit the jackpot. It's not a loss anyway, so don't reject it. Seeing Han Zhao's firm attitude, Fu Ding had no choice. He could only casually point a few times on the star map and circle a few directions under the gazes of a bunch of Beyond Grade as, "Hey, don't blame me if it's wrong." Han Shao laughed and grabbed Fu Ding's shoulder with one arm, pulling the helpless Fu Ding into his arms and hugging him tightly. He then looked at Terakov and said with a smile, "Chief Commander, focus on the directions," he pointed out. "Who knows, we might really meet Luo Ge. You're taking this too lightly." Aurora could not help but complain. However, when she looked up, she realized that Terakov, Milizao's, and the other Beyond Grade, as were all calm and did not find it strange at all. "I see," Terakov pondered. At this point, relying on intuition is not a bad idea. Milizao's and the others nodded in agreement. They were all knowledgeable and experienced experts. They believed in intuition more than ordinary people. Luck was also a part of strength. Luo Ji's team only had a dozen small spaceships. After the network was cut off, they had already lost contact with the other fleets. They did not know what had happened to the other teams, and could only flee alone. We're not far from the secret Stargate. We haven't encountered the Dynasty's fleet yet. As long as we continue to bypass the Dynasty's defense line, we'll reach the secret Stargate very soon. Luo Ge looked at the star map and said with a deep voice, "Looks like we're quite lucky," Taylor said. "It's not all luck. We pretended to be escaping in the direction of the Dynasty's fleet, so the Dynasty's defense line is weaker," Luo Ge said. Sagman nodded slowly. "Based on our current progress, we'll be able to woo." Before he finished, the alarm of the spaceship rang. "Warning. Radar response detected. Concealment has been detected. Please prepare for battle." Everyone turned around, only to see an Imperial fleet charging toward them from the side on the radar screen. "Damn it!" Luo Ge slammed the control panel angrily. Stealth mode could cover their tracks, but if they were too close, they would still be detected by other people's radars. A Dynasty fleet that was also in stealth mode had just brushed past them, and both sides had detected each other at the same time. Luo Ge turned around and shouted to Sagman and the others, "There are 50 enemy fleets. The enemy has 50 battleships. Everyone, please get rid of them quickly." Although the speed of the Arcane Church's battleships was slightly faster, the technology of the Red Empire was still at the standard of a universal civilization, so it would not be so easy to shake them off. If they continued to chase after them, the surrounding Dynasty fleets will be able to lock onto their exact location. Thus, they could only eliminate this Dynasty fleet that had discovered them first. Sagman and the others nodded with a solemn expression. Both sides encountered each other, and with the help of 5 Beyond Grade, as Luo Ji's team wiped out this tracking team effortlessly. However, they had also exposed the existence of Sagman and the others. The Dynasty already knows that we're in this direction. We have to hurry toward the secret Stargate and escape before the enemy Beyond Grade has arrived. Luo Ge clenched his fists. Due to their location being exposed, Luo Ji's team was heavily locked down. They could no longer play any tricks and could only fight their way out. They originally wanted to increase their speed, but they were held back and slowed down instead. Terekov, Han Xiao, and the others, who received the news, immediately changed their direction and chased after them. The distance between both sides was quickly shortened, and they were also getting closer to the secret Stargate. This time, Luo Gu and the others were escaping toward the secret Stargate. The dynasty's search fleet finally discovered the location of the secret Stargate, and a battle broke out between them and the arcane church. Luo Gu and the others happened to arrive at the battlefield midway through the battle. After their location was exposed, they forced their way through and finally arrived at the secret Stargate with the strength of 5 beyond grade as. Beside the huge Stargate station, the arcane church that was guarding the stronghold was fighting fiercely with the dynasty's fleet. Reinforcements were constantly arriving from the other side of the Stargate. In the distance, Luo Gu and the others watched the battle. With the hope of escaping right in front of them, Luo Gu, Sagman, and the others were all excited. Luo Gu opened the quantum network again and contacted the defending army of the Stargate station. He then commanded his team to charge toward the back of the dynasty's fleet and join the battle, wanting to open a bloody path to enter the Stargate. However, at this moment, the main fleet led by Terekov finally arrived. Han Xiao and the others immediately noticed Sagman's group of 5, who were using their beyond grade A strength to advance through the battlefield. Do it! Without hesitation, Han Xiao and the others left the spaceship and charged toward Sagman and the others. Luo Gu was the first to notice this. His face turned ashen, and his heart sank to the bottom. Those beyond grade as still had a chance to escape into the Stargate with their own strength, but he had nowhere to run. He had even abandoned his troops, but he still could not escape. The powerful energy wave attracted the attention of Sagman and the rest. They all turned around to take a look, and their expressions changed drastically. They've caught up. Don't let them hold us back. Sagman and the others did not even dare to turn around and fight. They quickly increased their speed and fled. They did not even care about the dynasty's fleet that was fighting with the defending army of the Stargate station. They only wanted to charge into the Stargate before Han, Xiao, and the others caught up to them. They all knew that once they were held back by someone of the same level, their chances of escaping from the flickering world would be extremely slim. 5 shooting stars fled in the front, while the other 5 were in hot pursuit. Both parties, one in front and one behind, flitted across the chaotic interstellar battlefield. Attack the Stargate. Those on Han Zhao's side who had long-range attacks fired at the secret Stargate. The Mech Legion's attacks, Star-Shaking Punch, Arcane Impact, and other beyond Grade 8 attacks headed straight for the secret Stargate. The planetary shield covering the Stargate cracked and would not last for long. Sagman and the others gritted their teeth and took the initiative to receive some of the long-range attacks from Han Xiao and the others. They would rather be injured to reduce the damage to the secret Stargate and make use of the recoil force to speed up their escape. Now it was Sagman and the others' turn to protect the Stargate. They were in a very difficult position. The focused fire of the Mech Legion caused extremely high damage, and Mercer was in the worst state. He did not have any long-range energy defense like Cisco, Sagman, Ninja, and the others. Most of the time, he could only use his body to take the attacks head-on. He spat out mouthfuls of green blood, and his condition kept deteriorating. Sagman and the 2 mages were the fastest. They passed through the battlefield and charged into the Stargate. Psyker followed closely behind and used his psychic shield to take a round of attacks from the Mechanical Army's planet destroyer cannons head-on before flying into the Stargate. The 4 of them escaped through the Stargate, and only Mercer was left on the battlefield. Not far away from the Stargate, Han Xiao and the others finally caught up. Heber stepped forward and grabbed Mercer tightly. The 2 giant beasts wrestled and rolled in the universe. Their flight path deviated, and they flew past the Stargate, smashing through the shattered shield and breaking a corner of the Stargate. Han Xiao waved his hand, and a small mechanical army charged into the Stargate to scout ahead. However, the next moment, they lost contact with this mechanical army and were wiped out. Under Mercer's despairing gaze, the space vortex of this Stargate suddenly disappeared and was closed from the other side. Seeing this, Milizaus flapped his dragon wings and snorted. The four fellows who escaped destroyed the Stargate on the other side. Humph, it seems like they abandoned Mercer. At least one of them is left behind. Ravenlaud's lips curled up. Everyone looked over. Mercer was the only beyond grade A left on this battlefield. He was heavily surrounded and had nowhere to go. Heber was currently fighting Mercer, who was in despair and rage. The muscles of the two of them were rubbing against each other, and the splashing flames were like the sun. Sensing the gazes of Han Xiao and the others, Heber said with a deep voice, "This is my prey. Don't interfere." The others did not mind. Mercer had nowhere to run. Since Heber wanted to fight him one-on-one, they did not mind watching the show and observing the strength of the two of them. Han Xiao clicked his tongue and joked, "You're so energetic, little Tai Tai." "Don't call me that." Veins popped out of Heber's forehead. He ignored Han Xiao and focused on dealing with Mercer. He finally had the chance to capture a beyond grade A alive, so he was not going to give up. The Stargate passage had been destroyed, and the enemy had no way of retreating. The stubborn garrison of the secret Stargate had been crushed by Terakov, and it wouldn't take long for them to be completely defeated. There was no suspense in the outcome of the battle. This time, Terakov joined the call and nodded with satisfaction. Four escaped, and one was left behind. Ro was also captured. The result of this battle is not bad. Even if Sagman and the other three escape from the Flickering World, they will have to face a new round of pursuit. Escaping from the Flickering World did not mean that Sagman and the others were safe. The Red Empire was setting up an interception force in the Shattered Star Ring. The Black Star Corps, Bloodshed Land, Clint, and the other Dynasty allies were also on the move, not to mention the Radiant Federation. Sagman and the others' escape was far from over. If they wanted to be truly safe, they had to cross the vast Shattered Star Ring. Hearing this, Han Xiao spoke. "I just hacked into the Stargate database and obtained the coordinates of the other side of the Stargate." Tarakov's eyes sparkled. "This way, we can uproot the secret Stargate of the Arcane Church and lock onto their location." "Black Star, good job." Han Xiao smiled and turned to look at the battlefield between Heber and Mercer. Capturing Mercer was only a matter of time. Heaving a sigh of relief, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This was the second beyond grade A captive that the Dynasty had captured. He wondered if the Arcane Church would be satisfied with his return gift. At the same time, somewhere in the desolate universe belt outside the Shattered Star Ring, at the secret Stargate exit of the Arcane Church, Sagman and the other three fell into silence as they stared at the destroyed Stargate in front of them. Mercer didn't escape. Sagman gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. If the ambush plan had succeeded, killing Milizaus, Black Star, and Bayoni, the Dynasty would only have 3 beyond grade as left in the Flickering World, and they would have been able to escape easily. But now, one careless move, and they would lose everything. "Don't stay here. Black Star will definitely be able to track this location. Leave quickly," Ninja hurriedly said. Sagman recovered from his shock and said with a gloomy expression, "Let's go. We have to bring the 10,000 deity scepter back." After being a beyond grade A for so long, they had not been in such a desperate situation for a long time. Chapter 856. In the Flickering World, the remaining soldiers of the Arcane Church were basically wiped out by the Dynasty. A large number of spaceships were seized, and countless soldiers were captured. Mercer and Heber fought for a very long time. The two pugilists kept exchanging blows, and the pugilist flames were like sparks from clashing weapons. Their fists, which contained explosive power, landed heavily on each other's bodies time and time again. The beyond grade A pugilist was the embodiment of the true meaning of speed and strength. His movements were as fast as lightning, leaving behind countless afterimages. His exquisite melee combat skills were the combination of strength and beauty. Milizaus and the others rarely engaged in melee combat, so watching the show from the side was simply pleasing to the eye. In the end, the two of them were completely exhausted and covered in wounds. Their chests heaved up and down violently. Heber's condition was slightly better. With his bulging muscles, he firmly held on to Mercer and brought him back to the spaceship. Bang! Mercer's heavy body was thrown onto the deck. He was in a semi-conscious state, and he could not get up again. Heber took a deep breath, calmed down the restless blood in his body, and looked around at the people in the room. He then pointed at Mercer and said with a deep voice, "It's done." Clap, 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 clap. Sparse applause could be heard in the room. Terekov and the others gave him face and clapped with polite smiles on their faces. With Black Star's feat of instantly killing Dylan in a desperate situation, they did not feel any admiration for Heber's feat of deliberately creating a one-on-one environment to defeat an opponent who was already injured. They even felt that it was too slow. However, they did not dare say it out loud to offend Heber. Han Xiao was different. He was not afraid of Heber. With a drink in his hand, he bit on the straw and said with a muffled voice, "So slow, little Tai Tai. Why did you fight for so long?" The two pugilists had been fighting for quite some time, and the battlefield had long been cleaned up. The spectators had already relaxed and started to eat and drink. Humph! Heber was not bothered by it. No matter what, the achievement of defeating Mercer was already his. In the future, no one would talk about all the details. Everyone would only know that he had defeated a beyond grade A. With this title, it was more than enough to intimidate everyone. Terekov clapped his hands and gestured for everyone to look over before he continued. "Since Heber is here, let's repeat what happened earlier. I've already informed Unravel about the results of this battle, and Her Excellency is very satisfied with our results. The Arcane Church's assault troops were basically wiped out, and the dynasty now has two beyond grade, as in Dylan and Mercer. With such chips, the dynasty has the upper hand. Her Excellency, the ruler, will announce this matter to the entire universe and let all the organizations in the universe know the Arcane Church's actions. And the universe will see the price they have to pay." The pursuit in the flickering world did not last long, and the dynasty was still blocking the news. The outside world was still in the dark, and it was only a matter of time before they announced it to the entire universe. If the Arcane Church had escaped unscathed after the assault, the dynasty's prestige would have taken a hit. However, it was different now. The Arcane Church had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only were their troops wiped out, but 2 of their 6 beyond grade as were also captured by the dynasty. The dynasty's prestige did not decrease, but instead increased. The upper echelons of the dynasty were extremely satisfied with the actions of Han Xiao and the others. The dynasty would not let go of such an opportunity to promote their own beyond grade as. Han Xiao was the focus of the promotion, and the dynasty was prepared to write about how he had turned the situation around. Increasing the prestige of the dynasty's allies would also increase the prestige of the dynasty. It was a win-win situation. When the tyrant was wrestling with Mercer earlier, Terekov had already informed Han Xiao. Therefore, Han Xiao only raised his eyebrows to indicate that he understood. On the other hand, there are still 4 beyond grade as who escaped into the Shattered Star Ring. The dynasty will try to hunt them down. However, the situation in the Shattered Star Ring is different from the flickering world. Everyone, the dynasty hopes that you can temporarily head to the Shattered Star Ring to hold the fort. The flickering world was currently the dynasty's territory, and the other organizations did not have any foundation there. Therefore, the dynasty could set up an inescapable blockade to chase after the enemies without being disturbed by outsiders. However, the environment of the Shattered Star Ring was different. The various organizations were complicated, and the Arcane Church also had various spies in the Shattered Star Ring. Sagman and the other beyond grade as no longer had only one way to escape. They could split up and disguise themselves as some galactic civilization citizens, making it easier for them to hide their tracks. Furthermore, with the entire star field as the range, the difficulty of the dynasty chasing after the enemies would increase exponentially. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course, Sagman and the others were in great danger. As the prey, the pressure on them was much greater. Because the enemies had increased the distance between them through the secret Stargate, the dynasties beyond grade as could not continue to chase after them. They could only choose to head to the Shattered Star Ring. After all, the enemies would definitely be hiding, and they could only attack when they found traces of the enemies. Han Shao smiled and said, "The Shattered Star Ring is the Shattered Star Ring. The Shattered Star Ring is the main camp of the Black Star Army. I sincerely invite all of you here to visit the Black Star Army as guests. While you're here, I'll take care of your meals and lodging." Heber immediately said, "The Shattered Star Ring is also my territory. The Black Star Corps has only been established for a few years, so there's nothing much to see. Everyone, come to my bloodshed land." Everyone present was a beyond grade A and had extraordinary influence. As the local tyrants, both of them wanted to pull the others over to their organizations as guests. This would indirectly increase the reputation of their organizations. Milizao chuckled and said, "Since Black Star has invited me, I'll go to your place." Bayoni nodded and said, "All right, you promised to host me in the Central Galaxy last time. Let's make use of this opportunity." The two of them had stayed with Han Shao on Planet Lighthouse for a month, and they had even fought side by side not long ago. With such a comrade in arms, their relationship was naturally much closer. "Black Star, I'll go to your place too. We'll make use of this opportunity to talk about mechanical technology," Maximilian said through the remote projection. "No problem," Han Shao agreed without hesitation. Maximilian was a mechanic, so his interest in his peers was naturally higher than his interest in a muscular guy. The few of them ignored Heber's invitation. Heber's expression stiffened, and he felt a little embarrassed. He then turned to look at Ravenlowdy. Ravenlawd's mouth twitched, and he coughed before helplessly saying, "Then, I'll go to Bloodshed Land then." Although he did not get along with Han Shao, everyone else had gone to the Black Star Corps. He also wanted to join in the fun and see if he could find a chance to use the evolution cube. However, being stared at by Heber gave him a headache. In the end, he could only say one thing and mean another. Heber's expression became a little better. At least, not everyone ignored him. However, looking at the three people on Han Zhao's side, Heber felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. He had been managing the Tyrant's party in the Shattered Star Ring for many years and thought that he had a lot of connections. However, outside of the Shattered Star Ring, the experts of the same level in the other star fields might not even give him face. He felt that he had lost to Han Shao in terms of connections and did not feel good. Terakov coughed and interrupted everyone's conversation. Due to the increased difficulty of the search, the dynasty has decided to cut off the enemy's path of retreat in advance. In other words, they will attack the Stargate station of the Arcane Church in the Shattered Star Ring so that they will not be able to return to the Central Galaxy quickly. The dynasty's ambassador in the Shattered Star Ring, Zoel, is already dispatching troops. When the dynasty announces this matter, they will attack. Then, it seems like we won't be able to make it in time. Han Shao nodded. Neither side has any beyond grade as. Will the dynasty's troops in the Shattered Star Ring be able to get rid of the Arcane Church's troops? You guessed wrong. We have beyond grade A combatants. Han Shao was stunned. Did the dynasty invite other beyond grade A allies from the other star fields? Won't there not be enough time? The Arcane Church also has the time to send beyond grade A combatants. No, our beyond grade A combatants are local to the Shattered Star Ring. Local? Heber and I are both in the Flickering World. Austin is on his way back and won't be able to make it in time, let alone Cisco. As he said that, Han Shao suddenly realized something. His expression sank, and his tone was unfriendly. You guys use my name to ask Ames for help? Black Star, you've misunderstood. It was not us. The Dragon Emperor took the initiative to look for Zoel and requested to participate in the attack on the Stargate station. Terakov waved his hands. I only found out about this not too long ago. Zoel has already promised her. With you guys not around, she's the only beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring. She can provide a huge amount of help. How did she know what happened here? I don't know. Terakov shook his head. Han Shao frowned, walked to the side, and contacted Ames. Ames' projection appeared. Seeing Han Shao, she sized him up and said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "Yo, busy guy, you're finally willing to look for me?" Han Shao did not beat around the bush and asked directly, "Let me ask you, Did you contact the dynasty and prepare to interfere in this matter? Why? Do you have a problem with that? Aim's lips curled up. Han Xiao nodded and said with a deep voice, "You shouldn't interfere. You shouldn't get involved. This isn't a good thing for you. Is this your first day knowing me?" Aim's tone was calm. "To me, there are only things I want to do and things I don't want to do. You're my ally, and if I don't help you when you're attacked, what kind of ally am I?" "Humph, you're still hiding it from me. If not for Austin telling me, I wouldn't even know that you're in such danger in the flickering world." "So it's that old man Austin." Han Xiao was helpless. "I'm not hiding it from you. I just didn't tell you for the time being. I don't think there's a need for me to inform you immediately. Sometimes, I really want to beat you to death." Ames snorted. "It's a pity that you've become so much stronger. I don't have the confidence to beat you now." Han Xiao scratched his chin and said helplessly, "Don't change the topic. Even if you don't interfere, the dynasty can still attack the Stargate. You don't have to do this. You're not a member of the dynasty and don't have the protection of the dynasty. If you anger the arcane church, your situation will be very troublesome." "Is that so? What about Austin? You don't seem to be thinking about him at all." Ames' tone was mocking. "How is that the same?" Han Xiao shook his head. "Austin owes me a favor, but you don't. Instead, I owe you a favor. Plus, we're on the same side, so of course I'm thinking about you. Tisk, so you still know how to talk like a human." Ames joked before her tone became serious. "All right, you don't have to say anymore. You know, as long as I make a decision, even Aesop won't be able to change my mind." "All right." Han Xiao was helpless, but also a little touched. When he was weak, Ames had also supported him like this. Although she was now a big shot on the same level, she still did the same. Those old memories seemed to have come back to life. "Then be careful." After hanging up, Han Xiao contacted Zoel. "Haha, Your Excellency Blackstar, it's been a while." Zoel's face appeared, and he laughed heartily. "I've heard about your contributions in the flickering world. Well done." Back then, it was Zoel who introduced Han Xiao to the dynasty. Now that Han Xiao had made a contribution, he had also received a certain amount of praise, so he was in a very good mood. "Zoel, I have something to ask of you." Han Xiao told him his request. "That's all? Don't worry. I'll tell the garrison commander not to order the Dragon Emperor to carry out the most dangerous attack when they attack the Stargate station." "All right, I'll return to the Shattered Star Ring soon. Come to the Black Star Corps headquarters then, and we'll have a good gathering. Milizaus, Bayoni, and Maximler will also be there. They're all big shots." Zol's eyes sparkled. With his position, he would at most come into contact with the Beyond Grade as of the Shattered Star Ring. He would not have the chance to meet these Beyond Grade as of the other star fields. After ending the call, Han Xiao returned to Terakov and the others. With the help of the others, he used the space-time amber to seal Mercer, who was struggling and howling in pain. Then, the fleet turned around and began their return journey. They would return to the Shattered Star Ring through the Stargate in the Dawnstar Cluster, which would take a few days. Originally, Han Xiao thought that he would have to stay in the flickering world forever. He did not expect that because of this small incident, he would be able to take some time out to return to the main camp. However, it did not matter where he was. The Black Star Corps continued to explore the flickering world as planned. Opening the forums, Han Xiao realized that the Red Empire's order, Full Pursuit mission had not ended yet. There were still many Arcane Church teams scattered in other directions, and there were still many Fallen Arc teams that had not escaped. Compared to the remaining four, Han Xiao wanted to deal with ES God more. However, the dynasty's focus was on the Arcane Church. Without the help of his teammates, Han Xiao did not have the confidence to kill ES God. "I can only wait for the Red Empire to announce this matter to the entire universe and launch a large-scale counterattack before trying to convince the dynasty to accept my suggestion," Han Xiao thought to himself. Political assets should be able to have some influence in this area. On the second day after capturing Mercer, the Red Empire held a press conference in between the daily news. Ruler Urinril personally made a statement and announced the cause of this incident to the entire universe. Countless galactic media outlets broadcasted the video of this speech to every galactic civilization in the various star fields. Be it the official platform, the television, or the entertainment channel, the scene was all switched to the dynasty's statement. The captains and spaceships all took out their communicators and stared at the broadcast. The bartenders and customers in the bars all looked up at the screen above their heads. The passengers in the galactic transit stations all looked up at the dome projection in midair. Countless galactic residents heard the Red Empire's announcement at the same time. The galactic residents only knew that the flickering world was a new star field that was being developed. They did not know anything else. However, in this unknown star field that they could not see, a battle between 11 beyond grade has actually happened. The Arcane Church and the Red Empire had a head-on conflict, and both universal civilizations announced that they had entered a state of emergency. This announcement threw a psionic bomb to the entire galactic society, causing huge waves. Remember the mobile version of the website, M860 Stay, Invite and Announcement, page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 857. A universal civilization that used public opinion as a weapon had more than enough qualifications to use the entire universe's galactic media to express their views. The influence of a universal civilization was spread throughout the various star fields, far beyond what a star cluster civilization could compare to. Ruler Unravel made a speech to the entire universe, explaining the process in detail. Then, the dynasty's news channel released an official document, recording the intelligence of this incident and making it public to the outside world. The document emphasized that the Arcane Church was blinded by greed. For the sake of the evolution cube, they ignored the dynasty's sovereignty over the flickering world and openly joined hands with the infamous Fallen Ark to attack the dynasty's military forces, causing the dynasty to suffer huge losses. The dynasty strongly condemned this action and reserved the intention to pursue the matter. They announced that they would temporarily stop all diplomatic activities with the Arcane Church and enter a state of wartime alert. The dynasty's wording was very serious, making the galactic residents think that they had suffered a huge loss. However, after browsing through the detailed process of the incident recorded in the document, they were surprised to find that the dynasty did not lose much of their forces in the attack. Instead, they fought back and even captured 2 beyond grade, as in the flickering world, as captives. The dynasty emphasized Black Star's contributions in the process of describing the incident and publicized his achievements. On one hand, the dynasty was helping Han Shao increase his deterrence, and, on the other hand, it was attacking the Arcane Church. The Arcane Church was the background of Black Star's contribution this time. Black Star gained fame from the Arcane Church, and the more famous this incident was, the greater the impact on the Arcane Church's reputation would be. When the news of Black Star capturing Dylan spread, it caused a huge uproar. Han Shao had become a new beyond grade not long ago, so the galactic residents were not unfamiliar with him. They did not expect that in less than a year, Black Star, who was still considered a rookie among the beyond grade, will be able to capture someone of the same level alive. The achievement of killing or capturing a beyond grade super had an extraordinary meaning in the universe. In the hearts of most people, there was more or less a sense of personal heroism and yearn for their own strength. A beyond grade super was the pinnacle of individual strength. If someone could conquer this pinnacle, the people would raise them to an even higher altar. Previously, when Han Shao fought against Cisco and Heber, he only managed to tie with them. Although this could be considered a beyond grade A achievement, it was still somewhat lacking. And this time, he had defeated a powerhouse of the same level. It could be said that after this battle, Han Zhao's prestige and status in the universe had been completely consolidated. The document also pointed out that Heber had captured a beyond grade A super, but compared to Black Star's contribution, it was overshadowed. After all, most of the galactic residents could understand the difference in environmental factors revealed in the intelligence. One of them had fought back under absolute disadvantage, while the other had surrounded an enemy to create a one-on-one situation. There was no comparison at all. Other than being shocked by the dynasty's fierce counterattack, more people were worried about the impact of this incident. The direct conflict between the Red Empire and the Arcane Church made the galactic situation, which had finally calmed down, tense up again. In the past 10 years, it was the Radiant Federation and the Red Empire that were at odds. Now that the Radiant Federation had kept a low profile, it was the Arcane Church that had stepped onto the stage during the Crimson Tide. Ever since the flickering world was discovered, the galactic situation had been in turmoil. No matter how slow some of the galactic residents were, they could tell that the battle between the three universal civilizations had always revolved around this new star field. This was the thread, the main contradiction in the complicated galactic situation. Most of the chaos in the various star fields were related to this. After the dynasty made the announcement, the various supercluster and star cluster civilizations found out. In shock, they hurriedly used their intelligence networks to inquire about the news and organize people to analyze the information revealed in the dynasty's official documents word by word. Black Star became the target of the attention of these organizations, causing countless organizations to be wary. In the internal databases of the various organizations, the threat level of Black Star was greatly increased. The beyond grade A allies of the three universal civilizations had always been the focus of the various organizations. Different from those beyond grade as who had joined the dynasty for decades or even centuries, Han Shao had only joined the dynasty for about a year, so his information was extremely limited. His seniority and status among the beyond grade as of the dynasty were not high. However, now, these organizations had no choice but to adjust the threat level of Black Star to the same level as the three pillars of the dynasty, becoming the focus of their attention. The Arcane Church revealed the means that Han Shao had displayed this time through a secret intelligence channel, and the various organizations all knew that Black Star was suspected to have two universal treasures. Needless to say, the Evolution Cube was the cause of this battle. The other thing that was suspected to be a universal treasure was able to block the 10,000 deity scepter and seal beyond grade as. In the intelligence of the various organizations, Black Star had a special strategic position and was not just an ordinary beyond grade A combatant. Of course, there's greed. The Arcane Church revealed this information to make many organizations covet the universal treasures in Han Zhao's hands. They had indeed succeeded, but even the Arcane Church was defeated, so the other organizations did not dare to make any moves. Black Star's achievements in this battle had intimidated many of the forces that coveted him. A few days later, the dynasty launched a military counterattack. The military Stargate station of the Arcane Church in the Shattered Star Ring was ambushed by the dynasty's troops, and the battle was intense. It was said that the energy reaction of the battlefield could be observed even from a star zone away. After Sagman's surprise fleet failed, the Arcane Church guessed that the Red Empire would cut off their Stargate channel in the Shattered Star Ring, so they sent reinforcements in advance. They even sent another beyond grade A combatant to defend the Shattered Star Ring. However, the Arcane Church had secretly sent out 6 beyond grade as for the surprise attack, and had the other beyond grade as stay in their own bases to attract attention. It would take some time for them to be dispatched, and the dynasty took advantage of the time difference. Ames was currently the only beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring, and she participated in the attack before the reinforcements of the Arcane Church arrived. Her force field was a powerful weapon in galactic warfare, and it easily disrupted and pierced through the formation of the troops stationed in the Stargate Station. She also used her force field to destroy the Stargate Station, cutting off the enemy's escape route, helping the dynasty to destroy the military Stargate stations of the Arcane Church one after another, catching the Arcane Church off guard. Then, the dynasty sent troops to monitor all the public Stargates and set up informants in the Shattered Star Ring to monitor the movements of the Arcane Church troops. However, as a universal civilization, the Arcane Church also had various countermeasures. Shattered Star Ring, a certain galactic transit station. The old metal bar was located in the 7th scrap station of the planet. On the surface, it was a bar for workers. It was a slightly dilapidated bar, but it was always full of customers. Secretly, it was the stronghold of a black market merchant nicknamed Nightbat. There was no absolute order in the universe. There would always be shadows under the light, and the galactic black market was the biggest shadow of the galactic society. Where there were people, there would be demand, and where there was demand, there would be smugglers taking risks. Black markets existed in every region of the universe. Some were products that the local ruling civilizations turned a blind eye to, while others were rooted in gray areas that were not controlled by any civilization. In the galactic black market of the Shattered Star Ring, Nightbat was not a big shot. On the contrary, he was a nobody, and his main business was collecting waste. He used this disguise to smuggle and sell some non-military machinery. He did not hide it either. Basically, the local people knew that the old metal bar was his black market stronghold. However, due to its small size and the safety of the goods he sold, it did not attract the attention of any organization. There were at least 1,000 small black market merchants like him in this galactic transit station. On this day, the old metal bar welcomed a cargo captain. This captain was a long-term partner of the waste station. He sold some waste products to Nightbat and mixed some smuggled goods with them. Nightbat personally invited him to the stronghold in the basement of the bar. After dismissing everyone, only Nightbat and this cargo captain were left in the old and dim office. Cha! The cargo captain lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. The grayish-white smoke dissipated in spirals. He smacked his lips, then took out a piece of paper from his chest, pressed it on the desk, and pushed it toward Nightbat opposite him, saying, "This is the list of waste products." "Thanks." Nightbat was a skinny man with a fawning smile on his face. Anyone who saw him would only think of the word profiteer. "The goods have been delivered. I'll be leaving first." The cargo captain stood up. "Aren't you going to stay and play? I heard that the Red Widow of Gray Shed Street has a few elf hybrids recently." "Elf hybrids? Forget it. We'll talk about it next time. Have you heard? The Red Empire and the Arcane Church are fighting in the Shattered Star Ring. The situation outside is too dangerous. I'll go home after this trip. I'll come out to work after they're done." The cargo captain seemed to be a little tempted, but he still waved his hands and left the room. Nightbat followed him out and gathered his subordinates to unload the containers of the cargo spaceship and move the waste products inside. In the midst of work, people would not pay attention to the small changes around them. No one realized that Nightbat, who was personally commanding, had suddenly become 1 or 2 centimeters taller and had a slight change in his body shape. However, one of the workers under the cargo captain had the opposite change. After working for half a day, the unloading was finally completed. The cargo spaceship took off and left the planet. The cargo captain had set up the autopilot. He had just taken off his survival armor and was about to return to his room to rest when he received a report from his workers that there were parasitic iron bugs in the warehouse. This was a common galactic parasite that would destroy the structure of the spaceship. Once discovered, it had to be eliminated immediately. When the cargo captain rushed to the warehouse, more than 30 workers had already set up flamethrowers and burned the brown beetles that were dozens of centimeters long into ashes. "Captain, we have the situation under control. We're checking the spread of the iron bugs. Some of the goods have signs of being eaten," a worker reported. Hearing this, the cargo captain was anxious. The goods he was transporting were all orders from customers. If they were destroyed, he would have to pay for it. He was just an ordinary person in the universe. He did this kind of small business for a living, and he could not afford to pay for the goods he transported. "Take me to see it now." The two of them hurried into the warehouse. The flames behind them were getting farther and farther away. At this moment, the worker suddenly pulled out a silenced pistol and aimed it at the cargo captain's forehead. "You?" The cargo captain suddenly froze, his face full of shock. Without waiting for him to speak, the worker fired without hesitation. Poof, poof, poof. The muffled sound of the silenced gun rang out. 3 bullets shot into the cargo captain's head. To an ordinary person, this was undoubtedly fatal. The cargo captain fell to the deck with a plop as blood slowly flowed out. The worker wiped his face and rubbed off a thin camouflage mask, revealing Nightbat's true face. At this moment, Nightbat's face was cold. There was not a trace of a profiteer's aura around him. It was all a disguise. He found a magnetic card and communicator with the captain's authority from the cargo captain's body. He then carried the corpse and swaggered back to the area where the workers were burning the iron-eating insects. Nightbat walked out of the darkness and saw that the situation in the field had changed drastically. Out of the original 30 or so workers, only 5 were left standing. They all held silenced pistols in their hands. More than 20 workers' corpses were strewn across the ground, all of them shot to death. "Captain." These people looked at Nightbat and nodded. They were all spies trained by the Arcane Church. Nightbat had disguised himself as a black market merchant for many years, operating an inconspicuous smuggling channel. Some of them disguised themselves as workers and worked for this cargo captain for a very long time. These people have been smuggling for many years, secretly transporting various important mechanical parts in batches. Nightbat had a few sets of Stargate equipment in his hands. When he was unloading the cargo not long ago, he had asked these workers to do something and secretly send the Stargate equipment onto this cargo spaceship. After hiding for so long, they had been waiting for the organization's call. The Arcane Church activated these spies at such a time. Their mission was to seize an inconspicuous spaceship with a disguised identity, secretly meet up with the Beyond Grade and use the Stargate to help Sagman and the others evacuate. Nightbat's team was not the only spy. At the same time, similar scenes were playing out in various regions of the Shattered Star Ring. Countless small characters who usually did not have a sense of existence began to move. Beyond Grade were the pinnacle of individual strength, but no one could be called the main character of the universe. The universe was too big, and every small character had their own role. Some small characters could also affect the big picture. Chapter 858. The Dynasties Beyond Grade returned to the Shattered Star Ring from the flickering world through the Dynasty's Stargate network in the Dawn Star Cluster. After another period of travel, Han Shao brought Milizau's and the others to the Colton Star Cluster, the headquarters of the Black Star Corps. While they were on their way, the Red Empire and the Arcane Church had a confrontation at the border of the Central Galaxy, and the situation was extremely tense. On the Shattered Star Ring's side, the Dynasty's troops at the edge of the flickering world went to investigate the secret Stargate exit that Han Shao had located, but it was already empty. When they heard this news, they knew that it was mainly the work of the search fleet and intelligence personnel. There was not much they could do, so they could only wait for the Dynasty to summon them. In the spaceship, Han Shao, Milizau's spell avatar, Baoni, and Maximiller gathered together and looked at the majestic Black Star Corps headquarters outside the porthole. Battleships took off and landed on the enormous planetary fortress one after another. Machines covered the surface of the planet, and metal fortresses lined up neatly. The fleet landed at the dock, and the army officers at the headquarters received the news long ago and came out to welcome them. Opening the hatch, Han Shao and the others walked out of the spaceship. In front of them was a black mass of people. The army soldiers were lined up in rows and bowed in unison. The sound of the wind caused by their actions was uniform, and the slogan they shouted together had a buzzing sound. Army Commander. Seeing this, Han Zhao's movements paused. He was a little confused. Why did they make it so solemn? It was like a military parade, but he did not give the order to do so. The army officers stood at the front of the crowd, and Sylvia gave Loggy a push. As the deputy commander, Loggy helplessly stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said with a voice that was not so dispirited, "Ahem, welcome back, Army Commander." Han Zhao's eyelids twitched. "What are you guys doing? It's only been a few months. Why are you guys so solemn?" Halu stepped forward and whispered, "Sylvia said that the entire universe knows that you defeated a Beyond Grade A Supers in a head-on battle. This is a good opportunity to boost the cohesion of the army members." There was another reason he didn't mention. When Sylvia found out that Han Shao had invited other Empire allies to visit the headquarters, she purposely created such a scene to boost Han Zhao's reputation. Of course, Logi felt that this was unnecessary, but in the end, he couldn't dissuade Sylvia and allowed her to create a military parade. In front of the administrative officer who was in charge of handling all kinds of affairs in the army, Logi, the lazy vice commander, didn't have any face at all. He was basically an unlucky mascot. Han Xiao did not really like this kind of superficial arrangement, and he did not need the army to support his face, but he did not care about this small matter. Since he had delegated the authority, he had to allow others to have their own ideas. He changed the topic and ordered, "Arrange rooms for these 3 sirs." "It's been arranged long ago." Sylvia nodded. This time, Logi sighed and said, "I heard that Austin intervened in this incident and caused the forbidden sorcerers to suffer heavy losses. I wonder if that's true?" "Yes." Han Xiao nodded. Sigh. Some familiar faces have disappeared again. "Luckily, I jumped ship." Logi shook his head and said listlessly, "But there's no point in talking about this. In a few more years, the materials that make up our bodies will rot, and we will all turn into dust in the universe." "All right, I know we're all dust." "You can shut up." Han Xiao interrupted Logi's habitual depression. After stopping Logi from embarrassing himself, Han Xiao turned to look at Milizhao's and the others. "I still have some errands to deal with. You guys go and rest first. If you need anything, just ask the administrative officer. I'll look for you guys later." "Okay." Milizhao's and the other 2 did not have any objections. They were in someone else's territory, so they had to abide by etiquette and follow the arrangements. After sending the 3 of them into the headquarters, Han Xiao went to the office to meet all the officers and ask them about the recent affairs. Now that the army was on the right track, coupled with the deterrence of this leader, no organization in the Shattered Star Ring dared to provoke them. Furthermore, due to the expansion of the Black Star Corps, the galactic pirates and scavengers all hurriedly avoided the army's area of influence, which improved the security of many regions. When it was the logistics department's turn, Reynolds finished his report meticulously. After hearing it, Han Xiao did not ask him about the army's affairs, but about Nero's learning situation. "He's very talented, and his learning speed is very fast. No matter how many theory books I gave him, he could finish them all. He was probably forced to finish them, right?" Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he observed 2 seconds of silence for Nero before asking, "Where's he?" "Outside the door." Reynolds went out and brought Nero in. After not seeing him for a period of time, Nero had changed a lot. He had a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and he looked sleepy as though he was always sleepy. When Nero saw Han Xiao, he was no longer as lively as before and only stared at him with a blank expression. "Hello, Godfather." Looking at his pitiful appearance, Han Xiao felt his scalp ache. "Reynolds, you're the devil. Look at how you've tormented this child." Han Xiao thought to himself, "It seems like I have to hide Nero well and not let any players come in contact with him. Otherwise, those chaotic and evil players might be able to trigger missions like assassinate Reynolds from Nero." Shaking his head, Han Xiao asked Nero to come in front of him and lightly poked him. He then looked at Nero's attributes. "Wait a minute, this is..." After looking at it, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. In Nero's talent column, a talent that was not there before had appeared. It was intermediate mechanical sense. My guess was right. Nero has the advanced luck glow and has the qualifications to obtain molding talents. He can even learn mechanical sense-related talents. Although it was only intermediate mechanical sense, if Nero continued to learn like this, he might really have a chance to learn Reynolds' perfect mechanical sense. Han Xiao had almost given up on the stubborn Reynolds. Now that there was a new breakthrough, he was extremely excited. With that thought, Han Xiao rubbed Nero's head and said with concern, "Your complexion is too bad. Are you too tired from studying?" Nero secretly glanced at Reynolds, and his small body trembled slightly. "No, I'm not tired. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Just speak the truth." Looking at Han Xiao's kind eyes, Nero pursed his lips and felt a surge of courage surging into his heart. He thought of the great people who fought against Darkstar in the history books. Wherever there was oppression, there would be resistance. He finally could not hold it in and loudly complained about the crimes of Demon King Reynold. Godfather, he doesn't treat me as a human at all. It's so much homework for a human to do. I sleep less than 3 hours a day, and it affects my growth. I am still a child. Han Shao looked at Reynold and snorted. Is there such a thing? Reynold had a solemn expression. Since the army commander has handed Nero to me, I will not let you down. I will definitely nurture him into a mechanic master. Sigh, I know that your intentions are good, but you have to be careful of your methods. Han Shao shook his head. Hearing that, Nero's eyes regained their luster, and a surge of hope appeared in his heart. Godfather is speaking up for me. Could it be that my hellish life is finally going to end today? He was so excited that he was trembling. Boundless desire surged into his heart, like a person who was about to die of thirst seeing an oasis in the desert. At this moment, in Nero's eyes, Han Zhao's entire body seemed to be emitting a holy light. At this time, Han Shao took out a bottle filled with astral spirit dragon blood. This was Milizhao's blood, which he had collected on the battlefield. He then said to Reynold, "Don't worry." He then said to Reynold, "Give this dragon blood to Yi Yeching and let her research a gentle physique, strengthening medicine." The next moment, Han Shao turned around and stared at Nero with a smile. Reynold didn't consider it thoroughly. Without a good body, how can you study properly? Using this dragon blood to create medicine can replenish your nutrients and refresh your mind. No matter how late you sleep, it won't affect your growth. Don't worry and follow Reynold. You have to study well. Nero's smile froze on his face, and his eyes slowly widened. In his eyes, the holy light on Han Zhao's body turned into the black aura of a demon in the blink of an eye. His godfather's smile was filled with malice, just like the smile of a demon. 2 bubbles of hot tears gushed out of his tear glands. They were contained in his eyes, almost overflowing like a dam bursting. Nero cried. His cries were heart-wrenching and extremely tragic. It could be said that those who heard it would be heartbroken, and those who heard it would shed tears. Godfather is also a demon. Boo-hoo. Daddy, Mommy, I don't want to come to the universe anymore. I want to go home. Upon hearing this, Reynolds' eyes lit up, and he nodded with a look of approval. As expected of my beloved army commander, you're also an evil person. Han Shao told Sylvia to bring Nero to the side to comfort him. It was a pity that Rosalind had gone to cause trouble, or she would have been able to recover easily. Following which, he used a blank character summon card on Reynold to replenish the number of times he could use perfect mechanical sense. Unlike the mission reward, the blank character summon card usually only had one use. He did not know how long it would take for Nero to learn perfect mechanical sense. After the battle on Planet Lighthouse, Han Shao had always been on guard. He was worried that the arcane church would act out of desperation, so he always prepared his trump cards. After dealing with the internal affairs, Han Shao went to find Milizhao's and the others, bringing them to tour the army headquarters. He also contacted Terakov to discuss the dynasty's pursuit. The dynasty's fleet in the desolate universe belt of the Shattered Star Ring was smaller than the flickering world. Furthermore, the enemy had used a secret stargate to jump through, so the dynasty was unable to set up a blockade in advance. Making use of this short period of time, Sagman and the others escaped from the dynasty's eyes and escaped to the Shattered Star Ring. According to the spatial folds they left behind, I believe that Sagman and the other 3 have split up, which will make our search more difficult. Tarakov's projection floated beside the 4 of them. When they enter the Shattered Star Ring, it will be like a drop of water entering the ocean, Bayoni said with sparks flying out of his mouth. Yes, Her Excellency thinks so too. Terakov nodded. Furthermore, according to reliable intelligence, in order to save these 4 beyond grade, as the Arcane Church has already activated the spies they have planted in the Shattered Star Ring for many years. Universal civilizations have spies in every star field, and there are quite a number of them. They disguise themselves as people from various industries and are extremely difficult to see through. With their help, the chances of Sagman and the others escaping will be much higher. Spies in hiding, If we can get the list of spies, we can track them down. Han Shao stroked his chin and pondered. That's impossible. Terekov shook his head. Such a list is usually stored in the main database of a universal civilization and is maintained by a beyond grade of virtual mechanic. The firewall is extremely strong. It's impossible to infiltrate. Did those spies not contact their superiors? The spies of a universal civilization report directly to the Intelligence Bureau. A simple encrypted command is enough to make them lie low for 10 years. They don't have any superiors. If that's the case, then forget it. Han Shao shook his head and dispelled this thought. Although the difficulty of capturing them has greatly increased, we can't give up halfway, Terekov said. Furthermore, we have also obtained an unexpected reward. We have implicated the Arcane Church's spy network, so we can try to uproot them and eradicate the Arcane Church's plans in the Shattered Star Ring, destroying their many years of work. If they want to redeploy their spies, it will take at least a few decades. That's good. In terms of probability, instead of chasing after 4 extremely agile beyond grade, we might as well eliminate the spies of the Arcane Church, Maximiller said. He was a tall and steady mechanic. After capturing 2 beyond grade A captives, including Milizow's, they were already satisfied with such a result. They were worried that the Arcane Church would lose even more beyond grade and turn into a large-scale assassination of each other's beyond grade . This was not unprecedented. At the end of the exploration era, more than 1,000 years ago, there was a historical event known as the St. Minasun Incident. At that time, the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations were not the same people as they were now. The cause of this incident was that an important beyond grade A of the Radiant Federation, named St. Minasun, was attacked by 2 beyond grade as of the dynasty. Their goal was to snatch the universal treasure in St. Minasun's hands. During the escort process, the Radiant Federation gathered more beyond grade and intercepted them midway to snatch back the universal treasure, killing the 2 dynasty beyond grade . The 2 dynasty beyond grade who died had many friends, and this became the fuse that led to the subsequent events. Because of this incident, the Radiant Federation and the Red Empire blamed each other politically and should have ended the matter without a conclusion. However, 9 months later, the dynasties beyond grade secretly joined forces, went to another star field, and massacred the headquarters of 3 Radiant Federation allied beyond grade A organizations. 2 beyond grade of the Radiant Federation were killed, and only one of them managed to escape because he was out. During this period, the blood brother of a beyond grade A from the Arcane Church was a guest in the territory of the attack party and died in the aftermath. Therefore, the Arcane Church was also dragged into the water, and the large-scale assassination of beyond grade named Tragedy of the Pinnacles began. The 3 universal civilizations frequently assassinated each other's beyond grade and the more people died, the more uncontrollable the situation became. This was because in the eyes of the civilizations, beyond grade were strategic weapons. If their own beyond grade died, they would not allow other beyond grade to survive. Furthermore, under the influence of blood feuds and the attitude of their allies, the 3 universal civilizations were unable to resolve the conflict between the beyond grade could only bite the bullet and fight against the beyond grade . In the Tragedy of the Pinnacles incident, many beyond grade of the 3 universal civilizations were sacrificed. The turning point of this incident was what the 3 universal civilizations called the St. Minasun Incident and the death of the Arcane Church's beyond grade A brothers. In fact, there was a mastermind behind it, which was the supercluster civilizations at that time. The 3 universal civilizations claimed that they had solid intelligence and were certain that these supercluster civilizations were fanning the flames behind the incident to make them lose their beyond grade . Then, under their tacit understanding, the 3 universal civilizations shifted the conflict and slaughtered all the beyond grade A allies of the supercluster civilizations. Only then did this bloody Tragedy of the Pinnacles incident come to an end. At that time, about half of the beyond grade in the universe had died. Under the tide, Some of the beyond grade, as who remained neutral, were not able to stay out of it, and were forced to join the three universal civilizations. As for whether or not the mastermind behind it was the supercluster civilizations, only the three universal civilizations knew. Anyway, that was what was written in the history books. The beyond grade as had died, but the civilizations still existed. Although, compared to the exploration era, the three universal civilizations had been much gentler since the galaxy calendar, most people did not wish to see history repeat itself. After that incident, the chances of beyond grade as being sacrificed decreased significantly. Tarakov smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if we can't catch Sagman and the others, we still have a target that we can't escape from." "It's Cisco, right?" Han Shao also smiled. The star pupil race was in a shattered star ring, and Cisco could not run away. Even if the dynasty abided by the peace treaty and did not do anything to the star pupil race, Cisco could not possibly stay away forever. Cisco must be very regretful about this. If he had successfully killed Han Shao, gotten rid of this huge threat, and taken back the evolution cube, even if the dynasty held him accountable, Cisco would have the protection of the Arcane Church, and he would not be in such a passive position. As for now, the word tragic was carved on Cisco's face. Han Shao only had one thought about Cisco's current situation. It's hopeless. Move. Chapter 859. The dynasty's search in the Shattered Star Ring took longer than expected, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Beyond Grade as of the dynasty had also been stationed in the Shattered Star Ring for a long time. However, the dynasty's search did not yield much results. The Beyond Grade as who had infiltrated the Galactic Society to disguise themselves were too secretive and nimble. In the past 3 months, the dynasty had only caught a lot of spies from the Arcane Church. Occasionally, they would find traces of Sagman and the others, but the dynasty's Beyond Grade as were all in vain. These spies from the Arcane Church were interrogated and questioned about the whereabouts of Sagman and the others. With all kinds of methods, even the spies of a universal civilization could not hide their secrets. However, the Arcane Church had taken precautions, and these spies did not know the exact location of Sagman and the others. They only followed orders and headed to a certain location at a certain time. Some of the information was just a smokescreen to mislead the dynasty. When the Arcane Church decided to use the spy network in the Shattered Star Ring, they were already mentally prepared to lose them. Apart from the Shattered Star Ring, the Red Empire and the Arcane Church were not idle in the other star fields either. In the past 3 months, there had been many border conflicts, and the relationship between the two sides was tense. In conclusion, the Red Empire was aggressively demanding answers, and the Arcane Church was not in the right. At least, in the eyes of the outside world, it seemed like a war was about to break out. However, as the upper echelons of the dynasty, Han Shao and the others received insider information from Tarakov. The Arcane Church had contacted the Red Empire privately not long ago, and the two sides were already discussing a solution behind the scenes. The attitude of the two sides was just for the outside world to see. In reality, they would not actually fight. The Arcane Church had no choice but to admit defeat. 2 of their Beyond Grade as had been captured by the dynasty. They had to get them back no matter what. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives for them? If they insisted on fighting, they would only make the Radiant Federation laugh their heads off. What the Arcane Church hated the most now was not the Red Empire, but the loser Radiant Federation. The Radiant Federation's actions in the Shattered Star Ring could not be hidden from the eyes of the universal civilizations. Just like the dynasty, they were also searching for Sagman and the others. Although their cooperation was limited to the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device, the Arcane Church was still very angry. The Shattered Star Ring was the territory of the Radiant Federation and had a deep foundation. Their interference had caused the Arcane Church's spies to be exposed on a large scale. The friction between civilizations was basically for the sake of benefits, and worshipping Beyond Grade, as was also for this purpose. The Arcane Church hoped to resolve this dispute through diplomatic negotiations and ransom Dillon and Mercer. Fleets and various high-tech weapons were the basic military strength of a civilization, and beyond grade as were special weapons with a deterrent nature. In the exploration era, the beyond grade A combatants of the enemy would either be turned into their own or killed directly. However, the galaxy calendar was gentler than the exploration era. After all, compared to the past, the current galactic situation was more or less stable, and no one could shake the ruling position of the three universal civilizations. The battlefield gradually shifted from military to political, cultural, economic, and diplomatic aspects, and the smell of blood was not as strong. Therefore, it was not impossible to ransom beyond grade as long as they were willing to pay a huge price, anything could be negotiated. Because in the long years, the three universal civilizations had all had beyond grade as fall into each other's hands, and such a situation might happen again in the future. They all tacitly agreed to ransom beyond grade However, this treatment was only limited to the three universal civilizations. The supercluster civilizations did not have the right to ransom beyond grade Han Xiao did not care about this. He had already received the contribution points, and since he had handed the captives over, it was up to the dynasty to decide what to do with them. In the past 3 months, he had been staying in the Black Star Corps headquarters. Even if he was summoned by the dynasty, he only sent Psionic Prime to lead the mechanical army out. He himself stayed in the headquarters and did not go anywhere. Maximilian was the same as him. As a mechanic who could send long-range troops out, the biggest benefit was that he could stay at home. Maximilian was a beyond grade A mechanic from the energy branch, and he stayed in the Black Star Corps headquarters as a guest to exchange technology with Han Xiao. The two of them had a lot of fun talking, and their relationship became much closer over the past 3 months. Han Xiao originally thought that Ames would come and find him, but after Ames finished the Stargate, she returned to Floating Dragon Island on her own and did not mention this matter. Her attitude was like she had only done what she wanted to do, and this small matter was not worth mentioning, so there was no need to thank her. This tacit understanding made Han Xiao feel very comfortable. What a reliable ally this was. In the past few days, he had spent most of his time building machinery. With the newly obtained endless material science, he could synthesize all kinds of incredible materials and use them to increase the basic performance of many machines. This would increase the strength of the Mech Legion and create more pressure on the Beyond Grade The Mecha Empire could deal with Beyond Grade as with their long-range troops alone, and they could fight against multiple Beyond Grade as at different locations at the same time. This was the orthodox combat style of a mechanic. Han Zhao's strength in this aspect was still lacking, and he still needed a long time to accumulate. After all, he had only been a Beyond Grade A for about a year. During the battle on Planet Lighthouse, his Mech Legion had suffered quite a bit of damage. If not for his Mech Legion holding back the enemy, everyone would have died. Han Xiao used this time to replenish his mechanical army. Developing the flickering world had brought him an endless amount of anus, so he was now very rich. One of the reasons he had built such a large organization was so that he would not have to worry about the cost of building machinery. Han Xiao gave the 3 new Apostle weapon slots to Silver Flash, Giant King Kong, and Mad Sky Hunter. The 3 of them awakened their respective Apostle weapons, characteristics, and abilities. Silver Flash's long-range damage was increased, and his Apostle weapon was a modified version of the Star Destroyer cannon. It was a weapon exclusive to him, and it was called Destruction Spreader. Giant King Kong's specialty was to be a meat shield for the main tank, and his Apostle weapon was a strengthened version of mechanical armor that covered his entire body. It could be dismantled like armor, and could also be transformed into a giant shield that could repair itself. It was called Giant God Battlesuit. Giant King Kong's body shape and this armor made Han Xiao think of a certain comic character called Celestial Group in his previous life. Their appearances were 60 to 70% similar. Mad Sky Hunter was a beast-type mechanical life form, and his body structure was different from others. It was twisted and angular, and it was a rough and barbaric charm in its beauty and complexity. A pair of mechanical wings were attached to his back, covering a range of tens of meters. His overall appearance was like a combination of a tiger, a leopard, a wolf, an eagle, and a dragon. His specialty was to be fast and agile. His apostle weapon was a strengthened hyperdrive module with the ability to flicker continuously, and it was called Hunting Module. Han Zhao's apostle weapon slots were usually given to mechanical lives that were relatively early. They had already grown for a period of time and were more reliable. Furthermore, he tried his best to give the slots to different types of mechanical lives to diversify the abilities of his apostle weapons. In the past 3 months, Han Zhao had given out faction missions, and many players had returned to the Shattered Star Ring to participate in the search. The undeveloped star field was not as lively as the explored universe. After staying in the flickering world for a long time, the players had a deep understanding of the vastness and silence of the universe. Often, they would not see anyone even after passing through a few star zones. It was very easy for them to feel that they were so small and lonely. Returning to the Shattered Star Ring could change their mood, and many players felt that the world had become lively again. Exploring an unfamiliar star field was indeed very epic. The players of the Shattered Star Ring also knew that the flickering world was definitely a huge event. However, after actually exploring it, the novelty would fade. In comparison, some of them were more willing to stay in the Shattered Star Ring. There were countless NPCs in the Galactic Society, and there were many different ways to play and events. Han Zhao did not force this group of players. Although he occasionally joked that the players were coolies, he knew the nature of the players very well. Sometimes, benefits would give way to interests, and this was what most of the normal players were after. He would not forcefully restrict the freedom of the players. All he did was give out missions and rewards. As for whether the players would do it or not, it was none of his business. After all, these players still did not know that the next version of the flickering world would be the most lively place in the universe. On the forums, Pork Bun edited the video of the battle on Planet Lighthouse into a video. Some of the scenes that were not filmed were added in the dungeon, which attracted a new wave of attention. Everyone was very curious, and after watching it, they were shocked. A battle between 11 beyond grade, as this was the first time the players had seen such a huge scene. It was worth mentioning that after Han Zhao obtained the right to create the dungeon for the battle on Planet Lighthouse, he created dungeon crystals and sold them in the faction store. Although the difficulty of the dungeon was far beyond what the players could bear, he knew that the players were curious about the battle between Beyond Grade, so he saw this as a business opportunity. As expected, the sales of the dungeon crystals for the battle on Planet Lighthouse were very high. According to the statistics, the average survival time of the players in this dungeon was about 47 seconds. The players were mainly curious about the strength of the Beyond Grade, what they wanted to know the most was the true strength of Army Commander Han Zhao, and the players now had a deep understanding of this. An ordinary cannon fodder mechanical soldier with a mechanical force bonus was equivalent to a boss-level monster to the players. Killing a team of 10 players was as easy as chopping vegetables. They had almost no room to retaliate, and even breaking through the defense was difficult. Looking at the battlefield, Black Stars seemed to have tens of millions of such mechanical soldiers. After experiencing this torturous journey, the players had a clearer understanding of Han Zhao's actual strength. Since version 1.0, Black Star's danger level had always been extremely fatal, because the highest was only extremely fatal. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door of the machinery modification room. Han Zhao, who was adjusting the assembly line, stopped what he was doing and asked Philip to open the door. Logi and a forbidden sorcerer in a red robe walked in. "Greetings, Your Excellency Black Star." This forbidden sorcerer bowed. "Master Austin sent me to receive the materials we agreed on." "Okay, I've already prepared them. Wait a moment, I'll get the workers to move them onto your spaceship." Han Zhao waved his hand and asked Philip to contact the logistics department and give them the few boxes of amber balls he had prepared. This was one of the conditions he had agreed on with Austin. Since the old man had fulfilled his promise, he naturally would not go back on his word. The forbidden sorcerer bowed again, chatted for a while, and left. Han Xiao was about to continue adjusting the machine when he realized that Loggy was beside him and had no intention of leaving. "Why are you still here?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "You don't like me?" Hearing this, Loggy frowned. "As expected, people like me won't be liked anywhere. My boss doesn't like me, so I should just jump ship." "Nonsense, when did I ever dislike you?" Han Xiao had a headache and hurriedly stopped him. "What do you want to tell me? If there's nothing, hurry up and go back to slacking. Don't disturb me. Sigh, you didn't treat me like this in the past. When you asked me to enchant you, you respected me so much." Loggy sighed and said bitterly, "As expected, you don't like me anymore. What's with that resentful tone of yours?" Han Zhao's eyelids twitched, and he resisted the urge to hit him. "If you have something to say, say it. If you don't disturb me." Loggy shook his head and said, "I'm actually here to give you a suggestion." As soon as this was said, Han Zhao's eyes widened, and he looked at Loggy as if he had discovered a new continent. "What's going on? Isn't my deputy captain a decoration? Since when did he know how to give suggestions? Could it be that the sun is rising from the west? Oh, artificial sun. It can rise from anywhere. What suggestion do you have?" Han Xiao could not help but lower his voice. He had a strange feeling of being careful, like a hunter meeting a deer in the forest. He was afraid of scaring the prey away, so he slowed down his breathing. "I heard from His Excellency Milizao's that you've chased after him a few times without success." And then, Han Xiao nodded. Milizao's was a master of secret techniques, and for some reason, he seemed to admire Loggy a lot. As the deputy captain of the army, Loggy was also someone with status. Recently, he had been in contact with Milizao's frequently, asking him for some secret techniques. Even if it was because of Han Xiao, Milizao's would not reject him. The Shattered Star Ring is so big. If a beyond grade A is determined to hide, how can we find him? I think we should give up on the chase and let the Red Empire find him themselves. "We shouldn't waste manpower and resources," Loggy said. "That's weird. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Did you take the wrong medicine from Yeching?" Han Xiao was confused. As the deputy captain, isn't it normal for me to be concerned about the development of the army? Loggy had a bitter expression. "It seems like in your heart. Stop." As soon as he heard Loggy speak, Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. Speaking of which, most people who had been in contact with Loggy for a long time would have such a reaction. Han Xiao decided to name this symptom Loggy syndrome. "All right, I've heard your suggestion. I'll take it based on the situation. Can you leave now?" Han Xiao smiled, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. "You really don't like me." Scram! In a large neutral spaceport in the Shattered Star Ring, on the bustling dock street, Sagman and Taylor blended into the crowd. At this time, the two of them used magic to disguise themselves and turned into two ordinary-looking Osso clan members. They were humanoid creatures with blue skin. The most eye-catching features were the purple circles around their eyes. Their palms only had 3 fingers, and each of their ears had 4 oracles. The two of them walked into the spaceport and did an identity check at the gate. Through facial recognition and a magnetic communicator card, they searched for the identity database of galactic residents. The screen showed that there were indeed people there, and the two of them successfully passed through the gate. Their disguises were from the Arcane Church's spies who had come into contact with them not long ago. Their identities were real, and they had also obtained dozens of fake identities that could be changed at any time. After entering the spaceport hall, the two of them looked around and realized that there were a few suspicious people in the corner of the hall. They were sizing up the passers-by and had an unusual aura. Seeing this, the two of them communicated telepathically. "It's the spies searching for us again. There are even spies here. In order to hunt us down, the dynasty has really used a lot of resources. I wonder how things are on Ninja's side." After escaping from the flickering world, the 4 of them split up into 3 groups. Ninja fled alone with the 10,000 deity scepter, Sagman and Taylor teamed up, and Cisco made use of the star pupil god race's influence to move alone. During this time, the Red Empire and Radiant Federation spies were all over the Shattered Star Ring, and Sagman and Taylor were having a hard time. Thankfully, they had the help of the Arcane Church's spies, which allowed them to hide their tracks and not be discovered. The two of them were very depressed. As a Beyond Grade A, they would be respected wherever they went. He clearly possessed great power, but now he actually had to avoid these weak spies, hiding here and there like a mouse, fleeing in panic. This was too depressing. The two of them changed spaceships many times along the way, and they changed spaceships almost every time they arrived at a new place. They had bought new spaceships at this spaceport not long ago with clean anus and were currently storing them in the spaceport's hangar. The two of them were preparing to set off again. As they walked, a slight commotion could be heard from one of the docks, and this small commotion could not escape their senses. Looking over, they saw a group of Black Star troopers in armor walking out of the tunnel. The emblem of the organization was engraved on the chest of the armor like a black star radiating light. It was the emblem of the Black Star Corps. The crowd parted to form a path, and their respectful gazes focused on this group of Black Star Corps troopers. As a new Beyond Grade A organization, the members of the Black Star Corps would be surrounded in many places and receive special treatment. Sagman frowned. They're from the Black Star Corps. Black Star subordinates are very strange. Avoid them. The two of them retracted their gazes and hurriedly left in another direction. At the same time, this group of Black Star Corps troopers walked through the crowd, enjoying the respectful gazes of the passers-by. At this time, a member of the army suddenly looked in the direction that Sagman and Taylor left. He was a little confused and nudged his companion beside him. Strange, I think I saw two red names over there, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. I don't know if I saw wrongly. This is a neutral spaceport. They might be galactic pirates or something. Shall we follow and take a look? Chapter 860. The neutral port was bustling with people. The two of them walked toward the boathouse while planning their escape route. We have many choices. The two most stable ones are to accept the help of the spies and escape using stargates. The other is to hide our identities and slowly cross the Shattered Star Ring. Both are risky. If we want to cross the star field, Clint's Old Cluster and the Black Star Corps' Colton Star Cluster are forbidden areas. We have to avoid them. There's also a method that depends on luck. The center of the Shattered Star Ring is a group of wormholes. We can use those unstable wormholes to leave this star field. Just as the two of them were discussing, they suddenly sensed that there were people following them from behind. Their footsteps paused, and they turned around to take a look, only to realize that the few Black Star Army members they had met earlier were following behind them, looking at them from time to time. Taylor was shocked. Why are the Black Star Corps members watching us? Don't make a fuss. Let's see what they want to do. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Sagman frowned, pretended not to notice, and walked toward the hangar. After a few turns, the crowd around them gradually thinned out. A few army players were still following them. Only then did the two of them confirm that the Black Star Corps members were indeed watching them and seemed to be trying to figure out the location of their spaceship. The two of them looked at each other. What do we do? Do they recognize us? It doesn't seem like it. But just in case, let's get rid of them and not let them follow us. We'll change our disguises immediately. This is the neutral port. Don't make too much of a commotion. Don't let others know that we're the ones who did it. Okay, I'll make them disappear silently. On the other side, a few army players were following behind them and talking in the team channel. The threat level of these two red names is extremely lethal. Can we beat them? It's all right. The army will give us extra rewards for capturing galactic pirates. If we confirm that they're galactic pirates, we can request for help from the army members nearby. These players had already used detection on Sagman and Selena, but they did not show their real names. What they showed was the name of a disguised identity, but it was a red name that represented the enemy faction. Their information was filled with question marks, and only the danger level column showed extremely lethal. Red names were not uncommon in the galaxy. Most of them were galactic pirates and scavengers. Therefore, when these players saw Sagman's red name, they thought that they were galactic pirates. It was not that they could not communicate with red names, but because they were enemies, it was very easy for them to be attacked. The Black Star Corps and the Red Empire were on the same side. Recently, the Arcane Church and the Arcane Church were in open conflict. Therefore, all the members of the Arcane Church had red names for the Black Star Corps players. A few players wanted to continue tracking, but in the next moment, their soul vision suddenly changed. They saw their bodies turn into white light and disappear, entering the state of waiting to be resurrected. How'd I die? Me too. What the hell? Why didn't I see any attack? A few players were stunned. They hurriedly opened the interface to check the battle notification. Although they did not see how the enemy attacked, the interface showed a damage notification. The attacker's name was one of the two red names. It seemed to have used a silent mental attack, instantly killing a few players. If that was all, it would be fine. However, what shocked the few of them was the damage they received. 84,000 points of damage. The few of them almost thought that they had seen an extra zero. More than 80,000 points of damage. That was many times their maximum health. This attack was enough to kill them several times over. What kind of power was this? What level were these two red names at? Calamity grade? Curiosity surged in the players' hearts. We seem to have met someone incredible. Big fish. Coming into contact with them will definitely trigger a hidden storyline. Just as they were discussing, one of the players suddenly had a change in expression. They easily dealt more than 80,000 points of damage to us. Do you still remember the Planet Lighthouse dungeon we fought in yesterday? Wait, I seem to have understood something. The few of them suddenly realized that their team had not participated in the exploration of the flickering world, but had stayed in the Shattered Star Ring to work for the Mercenary League. Therefore, when the Planet Lighthouse dungeon appeared, they had immediately experienced it. When they were suffering in the dungeon, they had once died to an unknown beyond grade A's AoE, and this level of damage seemed to be the standard of those beyond grade as in the dungeon. In other words, those two extremely lethal red names might not be Calamity grade supers, but beyond grade as. They then thought of the mission to hunt down the Arcane Church's beyond grade A supers recently. The few players suddenly realized that they seemed to have met their mission target. After using a secret spell to get rid of the Black Star Corps members who were following them, Sagman and Taylor hurriedly found the boathouse, left the orbit, and flew out of one of the gates of the spaceport, entered the universe, and slowly left the neutral spaceport space station. The two of them bought a small spaceship model that could be seen everywhere and was very inconspicuous. Seeing that there were no Black Star Corps battleships chasing after them, the two of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Taylor was relieved. They had killed a few Black Star warriors without anyone noticing. The difference in strength was too great, and no one could see through his methods. It seemed like their identities would not be exposed. For safety's sake, the two of them decided to change their identities and buy a new spaceship at the next station. However, they still could not understand why these Black Star Corps members would target them. They had only met each other for a short while, and they had not given themselves away in any way. Indeed, Black Star subordinates were very strange. Black Star Corps headquarters, machinery workshop. On a round operation base. More than a dozen mechanical arms and a few welding torches were assembling a humanoid robot body under the guidance of mechanical force. As the various mechanical parts were connected together, the product gradually took shape. The robot body that was hot out of the furnace was bright red, and the cooling guns around it spat out a mist of cooling liquid, making a sizzling sound. This step was completed very quickly, followed by a quick paint job. In the cold white mist, a silver, black, and yellow robot was created and stood there quietly. Han Shao waved his hand, and the various tools automatically returned to the operation base. He then said, "Philip, start the adjustment and self-check." "Understood, hum." RX-001 generation mechanical body, codenamed Mammoth, starting the first adjustment. Nanoparticles flowed on the surface of the robot like scales opening and closing. The results of the self-check were very quickly analyzed, and the various parameters were displayed in front of Han Shao. Han Shao browsed through the parameters of this product and nodded with satisfaction. What he was building this time was not mechanical soldiers, but a carrier to carry the key skill, Lord's Descent. Han Xiao had already tested the effects of Lord's Descent. In the actual test, he realized that different models of mechanical soldiers as carriers would share different abilities, and it depended on the performance, components, and materials of the mechanical soldiers. He realized that the mechanical soldiers used for combat were not the best carriers, and the effects of Lord's Descent on mechanical life forms were not ideal. Mechanical life forms had their own consciousness, and two consciousnesses shared a body, causing the power they projected to be weakened. If they forcefully projected too much power, it would even damage the consciousness of the mechanical life form. In terms of carriers, it was not as good as mechanical soldiers. Therefore, after all kinds of calculations, Han Xiao felt that customizing a mechanical body to be used as a carrier for Lord's Descent would be the best way to maximize the effects of this skill. It just so happened that if he used Lord's Descent on the same target multiple times, there would be a chance to form a soul connection, which would probably strengthen the effect of Lord's Descent. He was not prepared to treat the mechanical body as a consumable, but as a long-term carrier. This mechanical body used many precious synthetic materials, including a new material that he had synthesized using endless material science. He named it first-generation black star alloy. It had powerful energy, physics, high, low, and high-pressure resistance, and nano-repair functions. It could also absorb and transform many kinds of energy. The material was extremely tough, and its atomic structure was compact. It could withstand extremely high loads and was very durable. This was an important condition to maximize the effects of Lord's Descent. Han Xiao knocked on the outer armor of the mammoth mechanical body, but there was no clear knocking sound. It was as if the vibration had been absorbed by the alloy. Not bad. A material with the ability to absorb energy and nano-repair. When Lord's Descent descends, there will be a chance to share my energy conversion and cell regeneration molding talents, Han Xiao thought. Just as he was about to test the actual effect, Philip's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Master Hum, a member of the army has provided a clue to the whereabouts of a beyond grade A from the Arcane Church. According to the priority you set, I directly reported it to you without Sylvia. Han Zhao's eye sparkled. Oh, someone actually got a clue. Let me see. The next moment, his vision changed, and the intelligence appeared before his eyes. It was the report of the players who had been killed instantly. Although they were unable to reveal information such as red names and could only explain in an uncertain tone that they had been killed, Han Xiao knew the nature of the players. He would not doubt the superiority of the players in terms of information. After quickly skimming through the intelligence, he already had an idea. There's a very high chance that it's a beyond grade A from the Arcane Church. There are only 2 of them, and they did indeed split up. These 2 fellows have disguised their identities. They definitely have more than one disguise. These players have alerted the enemy, so they'll definitely change their disguises. However, this intelligence is also a breakthrough. Han Xiaoxin was excited. The biggest problem of the Dynasty's search was that they could not lock onto the whereabouts of the 4 targets. They could only search everywhere. Now, although these players had alerted the enemy and failed to successfully track the 2 beyond grade as, they had confirmed where the 2 beyond grade as were. This was very helpful to the Dynasty's search. They did not need to search blindly anymore, and the Dynasty's search range was greatly reduced. In this regard, the player's search ability seems to have an advantage. I've got it. Red Empire Search Operation, Area Investigation, Mission Introduction. The Black Star Corps has received a clue that a suspected beyond grade A from the Arcane Church has appeared in the Fleur Star Cluster, Triple Wood System, Star Zone 9, Furnace Neutral Port. Army members are now being recruited to search this area. If you find any new clues, please report immediately. You will receive an internal reward. Army Commander, Black Star. Mission requirements. Search this area, find the whereabouts of the target, and report the clues. Hint: the target has disguised himself to a certain extent. Pay more attention to red names with extremely lethal danger level. If there are two of them, there's a high chance that they are the mission target. This mission is a prize pool mission. Accepting the mission requires 200 experience. Those who discover the clue can split the prize pool equally. Base pool, 10 million experience, 3 million ANA's current accumulated reward. 0 after checking and confirming that there were no problems. Han Xiao sent this mission out. He was extremely rich now. He had once risked his life for a few 100,000 ANAs, but now he could spend 3 million ANAs without even blinking. He had completely become a tycoon. At this point, the Black Star Corps' assets were extremely solid, and their future prospects were vast. Recently, countless financial groups had contacted Han Xiao, wanting to help the Black Star Corps get listed. However, he had rejected all of them for the time being. As for the few players who had provided the information, Han Xiao was not stingy and gave them a generous reward on the interface. By the way, make a copy of this information and give it to Terakov. Got it. After doing this, Han Xiao asked, "Are the battleships of those players still parked in that neutral port?" "Yes, Han Xiao raised his brows, twisted his neck, and immersed himself in the quantum network with an eager expression. "All right, Philip, hack into the database of the neutral port and open up the data link channel." Every terminal controlled by Philip could be used as a starting point for virtual intrusion, allowing Han Xiao to hack into different databases. Asking the players to help him search was just one aspect. Han Xiao also planned to use the direction of virtual intrusion to thoroughly investigate the entry and exit records of the neutral port, find the disguises the two of them used, and then search for all the experiences of these two identities. Perhaps he could obtain more useful information. In the interstellar quantum network era, basically every galactic resident would leave many traces on the internet. Where they were born, what they did, when they went to where they went, how much they spent, and so on. Everything was recorded. In the eyes of ordinary hackers and virtual mechanics, most people's privacy was transparent. Although the 4 people from the Arcane Church were beyond grade, as they were not mechanics, so it was naturally impossible for them to use virtual techniques to erase the traces they left on the quantum network. This gave Han Xiao a chance. They might change their identities, but they probably won't change spaceships during the voyage. Through the records of the spaceships, there's a chance to lock onto their whereabouts. Han Xiao nodded. This time, the players had made a huge contribution. As long as the target's whereabouts were exposed, it would not be so easy for them to escape from him, a virtual mechanic. Thinking about Logi's advice not too long ago, Han Xiao's expression became a little strange. What a sharp and toxic healer. Chapter 861. Following the data link that Philip had built, Han Xiao's consciousness jumped to the quantum network node where the neutral port was located. The quantum network structure of the neutral port was displayed before his eyes. Han Xiao scanned it and confirmed his target. His consciousness then entered the neutral port's database. Such an ordinary galactic port's artificial intelligence defense was nothing in front of a beyond grade A mechanic like him who had the knowledge of the virtual creator. Under his control, Philip easily entered the back door of the neutral port's database, copied the relevant data, and quickly found Sagman's and Taylor's disguised identities. He then followed the clues and searched for all the activity records of these two identities in the wide area quantum network. Both of them are citizens of the Aso race, ordinary galactic travelers. The last time they appeared was after browsing through the information, their resumes were flawless. They probably did exist. The real person should have died in outer space, and their identities should have been collected by the Arcane Church's spies to impersonate them. Countless galactic travelers died in the universe every year, which provided many gray organizations with a large number of protective identities. Han Xiao remembered that there were intelligence organizations selling such identities on the black market on a large scale. It was said that by 10 get 1 free included shipping. If not for the players noticing them, no one would have noticed 2 ordinary people with clean resumes in the sea of people. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. He then checked the serial number of the spaceship that the two of them used to enter the neutral port. He found that this spaceship was parked in one of the boathouses and should have been abandoned. This meant that the two of them had changed to a new spaceship in this neutral port. Han Xiao then checked the serial number of their new spaceship. Since they bought a new spaceship, it means that they spent money in this galactic port. But the account they used to disguise their identities doesn't have any spending records. They probably used an anonymous account. Philip, check which company this spaceship serial number belongs to. They should have left a transaction record there. Maybe we can find their secret account. Master, the neutral ports database doesn't have any information about the spaceship's origin. This kind of information is usually stored separately in the shipyard's database. Mark all the network nodes of the shipyards, boathouses, and black markets in this neutral port. Marked. There are a total of 1,374 nodes. Blackmail them all. Han Xiao waved his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Philip immediately mobilized a huge amount of computing power. More than 1,000 quantum network nodes were invaded one after another. The color of the nodes changed from peaceful and stable white to green, indicating that they had obtained control authority. Like a virus infection, Han Xiao's control over this neutral port rapidly expanded. It didn't take long for Han Xiao to take over the control of these 1,000 databases. He pried open all the back doors, but none of the parties knew anything about it. With his current virtual technology, as long as he built a connection channel, he could easily cover the network nodes of an entire planet with his control authority and remotely take over a planet. Philip's processing system had been strengthened countless times by Han Xiao, and its computing power was extremely strong. It didn't take long for it to complete the data search and find out the origin of the spaceship as well as Sagman's purchase record of the spaceship, locking onto the anonymous secret account. This way, there would be one more trace. If this secret account was used elsewhere, even if Sagman and the others changed their disguises, they would still be exposed. Han Xiao was still not satisfied. He planned to trace the early transfer records of this anonymous account. 80% of the money that was sent to this account was related to the Arcane Church. From this, he might be able to find some spies and other secret accounts. If he continued to follow this method, he would be able to find more and more clues. From this small opening, he might be able to lock onto the identity of some of the spies from the Arcane Church. As soon as Red Empire Manhunt Area Investigation was released, it received the attention of many army players. Millions of players accepted this prize pool mission and gathered from all directions, moving toward this area. Originally, although the players accepted the manhunt mission, they did not have any clues and could only search blindly like headless flies. Thus, some of them lost interest in the manhunt and went to do other missions. However, it was different now. With an area marked for the mission, the probability of completion was greatly increased. Countless players were attracted by the prize pool of this mission. The base reward of 10 million experience was not a small amount, but what made the players excited was the 3 million anus. Normally, when they did missions to earn money, it was already difficult for them to earn 100,000 anus. Now that a huge sum of money was placed in front of them, they did not want to fight anymore. Some players even fantasized that if they were the only ones who met the target, they would not have to split the rewards equally and would be able to take all the rewards alone. The entry fee for the mission was only 200 experience points. With such a low cost, the players did not have any concerns. This led to the crazy accumulation of experience points in the prize pool, which became another factor that attracted more players. With millions of players participating, that would be 200 million to 300 million experience points, which was extremely rich for the current players. In no time, a large number of players flooded into this area. The probability of galactic residents meeting members of the Black Star Corps increased significantly. In the interrogation room of a certain Dynasty battleship, a group of captured spies of the Arcane Church were tied tightly to chairs. The Dynasty soldiers were guarding the door with guns. These spies were captured according to the latest intelligence provided by Black Star. Black Star had dug out some information about the spies from Sagman and Selena's secret accounts, which allowed the dynasty to lock onto some new targets. The door to the interrogation room opened, and a man with a smile on his face walked in. He was wearing a red officer's trench coat and black gloves. He stood in front of the group of spies and chuckled softly. "Let me introduce myself. I am a psychic, currently a senior officer of the dynasty's intelligence agency. My name is I won't tell you. Anyway, let's hurry up. I will dig out some information from your brains, so please cooperate. Otherwise, I will not be responsible if your brain burns out." As he spoke, this officer of the dynasty's intelligence agency walked in front of the captive and pressed his palm on the captive's head. Clang, clang, clang. This captive started to struggle violently, and his entire body started to twitch crazily. Several seconds later, slithering blood snakes crawled out of the orifices on his face. The captive opened his mouth wide. Tears, snot, saliva, and blood dripped to the ground. He looked hideous and miserable, and his body was still cramping under the effect of his nerves. "Thank you for your cooperation." The smile on the officer's face became even brighter as he walked to the next person. The next spy watched as this person approached. His eyes were filled with fear, and his face was saying, "Don't come over." The screams sounded again. Looking at this scene, the Imperial soldier guarding the door unconsciously tightened his grip on his gun as a chill ran down his spine. Very soon, this officer of the dynasty's intelligence agency finished his work. He took off his gloves, put them in his chest pocket, and left. Before he walked out of the interrogation room, he patted the shoulder of one of the soldiers guarding the door, turned his head, and gestured at the row of spies behind him. "Don't clean up the scene. These people are still useful. We need their genetic codes to verify their identities as spies." I understand." The soldier guarding the door swallowed his saliva. This intelligence officer walked out of the room, took out his communicator, and reported to Terakov. "A few of them have come into contact with Beyond Great as. We have confirmed that the targets are Sagman and Taylor. We have also found out the codes used to verify their identities as spies and the missions given to them by the Arcane Church." Terakov nodded. "Are there any spies who are suspected to be the real contacts?" "Yes. The spies of the Arcane Church were under the direct command of the intelligence agency, and the missions they received were to head to different locations. A large portion of them were fake locations that were misleading, and only a small portion of them were the ones who were actually in contact with Sagman and Taylor. Now, because Han Shao had locked onto the area where the two of them were, the dynasty was able to eliminate many misleading locations. As for the spies whose mission locations were around the area where the two of them were, they were suspected to be the real contacts. This greatly reduced the range of the dynasty screening. Only by finding the real contacts would Terakov be able to carry out his plan, which was to impersonate the Arcane Church's spies. Because Sagman and the others had contacted the Arcane Church directly, their contact with the spies was not coincidental, but prearranged. Thus, they would not trust any spies other than the real contacts. Impersonating the spies was difficult, but it was not impossible. As long as they caught the real contacts, they would have a chance to do it. Even if the Arcane Church discovered it later, it would be too late. As the Black Star Corps searched, Sagman and Taylor gradually realized that something was wrong and felt that their whereabouts had been discovered by someone else. The two of them hurriedly took all sorts of measures. However, it was as though an invisible net had opened up and covered them, gradually tightening. It was as though their every move was being monitored. This feeling made the two of them shiver. Although the two of them did not know where the problem was, they knew that it was most likely Black Star tracking them through the quantum network. Their spaceship and account could be the source of their whereabouts. Thus, the two of them abandoned the spaceship they had bought and flew a distance in the universe with their physical bodies, leaving their original spaceship. The next time the spies met, the two of them directly changed to the spaceship that the spies were carrying and set off again, obtaining a new batch of disguises. The situation took a turn for the better, and both Sagman and Taylor thought that they should have gotten rid of Black Star's tracking. However, what they did not know was that the dynasty had completely locked onto their location through various schemes and secretly set up an encirclement. When the dynasty's beyond grade has arrived, it will be time to reel in the net. The Fallen Ark fleet, led by ES God, cruised through the wormholes in the center of the Shattered Star Ring. Your Excellency, ES God, are you sure we want to leave the Shattered Star Ring from here? In the flagship, Hawkizin asked ES God's main body. Of course. ES God shook his head and laughed. Whose Stargate can we borrow? At this time, ES God had already completed his evolution and was brimming with vitality. Hawkizin could feel an even stronger life form pressure from ES God. ES God, who had the information of the evolutionary civilization, had obtained the evolution energy, and no one knew how big of a change he had undergone. The Fallen Ark had only built a temporary Stargate between the flickering world and the desolate universe belt, and there was no Stargate in the Shattered Star Ring. Back then, they had borrowed the long-distance Stargate of the Arcane Church to come over from the Central Galaxy. Now that the cooperation had ended, they could not borrow it for the return trip. From the very beginning, ES God had been preparing to leave this star field through the central wormholes in the Shattered Star Ring, partly because he had once had a fortuitous encounter there. The teleportation location of these unstable wormholes is completely random, and we don't know where they will be thrown to. The risk is too high. Let's move slowly in the desolate universe belt. We need to lie low after this incident, Hawkizin advised. ES God turned a deaf ear to him and looked at the unstable wormholes that kept appearing and disappearing outside the porthole. Look, what a chaotic and disorderly scene this is. The true essence of the universe is contained within. Only a disorderly state contains endless possibilities. As he spoke, ES God turned to look at Hawkizin. Do you have any information on the remaining beyond grade as of the Arcane Church? Hawkizin nodded. The dynasty is currently pursuing the remaining 4 and did not spend much effort on us. The Black Star Corps, Bloodshed Land, and Clank Kingdom are all local tyrants in the Shattered Star Ring. With the help of these organizations, the dynasty might be able to capture 1 or 2 more beyond grade as. It seems like the Arcane Church suffered a huge loss this time. ES God glanced at Hawkizin. You're very happy, aren't you? Of course. Hawkizin chuckled. They wanted me before, so I'm very happy to see them suffer. I'm afraid that's not the only reason. ES God chuckled but did not intend to get to the bottom of it. He turned back to look at the wormhole and slowly said, Let's go in. The Fallen Ark fleet slowly moved, entered the wormholes, and disappeared without a trace. A stream of light flashed through the dark universe. It was Sagman's and Taylor's spaceship. We'll arrive at the next public Stargate in 7 hours, and we'll be even closer to the border of the Shattered Star Ring. The Red Empire's control over the next star cluster is not high. Those spies are already in place and waiting to assemble the Stargate to quickly move us to another area of the Shattered Star Ring. This way, it'll be even harder for the Red Empire to find us, Sagman said. Taylor nodded, and his expression relaxed a little. They had been hiding for more than 3 months. Such a life of being a fugitive was unbearable. Now, there was finally hope for a safe escape. Sagman sighed. It's a pity that Mercer and Dylan were captured. Of the 6 of us, only 4 have returned. No, maybe only 3. Cisco's base is in the Shattered Star Ring, so he'll have to come back to face the pressure from Black Star and the Tyrants sooner or later. Thinking of this, the 2 of them did not feel good. The mission that they were so confident in actually ended with them fleeing. This time, they had really failed. At this time, the spaceship's artificial intelligence suddenly spoke, and a familiar voice sounded. If you have the time to worry about others, worry about your own situation first. The 2 of them were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. This voice belonged to Black Star. The next moment, the spaceship's artificial intelligence directly locked the hyperdrive engine, and the spaceship exited hyperdrive mode. Even the normal engine was completely shut down, and the spaceship floated in the universe. The magic interference trap that Milizows and Raven Loudy had set up in the void shrouded this area. All teleportation abilities were disrupted, and the space-time coefficient was almost constant. Streams of light shot over from all directions and surrounded Sagman's and Taylor's spaceship, blocking their escape route. Milizau's and the other beyond grade, as of the dynasty, had all arrived at the scene, each occupying a position. "We're surrounded." Taylor was shocked. Sagman's face twitched violently, and his expression was mixed with disbelief and anger. He looked at the Mech Legion in front of him, which was Han Zhao's army. In front of the Mech Legion were 4 apostle weapons in a row, Psionic Prime with a crown on his head and a spear in his hand, Giant King Kong in special heavy armor, Silver Flash with a huge cannon in his hand, and Mad Sky Hunter with a slender figure. In front of the 4 apostle weapons, there was another figure, but it was not Han Zhao's actual body, but the mechanical shell, codenamed Mammoth. At this time, Han Zhao's will was projected into the mechanical shell through Lord's Descent. The sturdy mechanical shell was surrounded by blue-gold mechanical force, which was extremely dazzling. This mechanical shell seemed to have become Han Zhao's doppelganger, sharing a lot of his attributes, abilities, and talents, possessing the strength of a beyond grade A super. Surrender. Milizau's exhaled 2 streams of dark energy from his nostrils, as if he was in high spirits. Although he was unwilling to pursue and attack, the dynasty had already locked onto the enemy, and he and the other beyond grade as could not openly disobey the dynasty's orders. Sagman looked around, and his gaze finally landed on Han Zhao's mechanical doppelganger. After being defeated by Han Zhao several times, he was already beyond angry. Seeing this, Han Zhao controlled his mechanical doppelganger and slowly said, "In this situation, the chance of you escaping is next to 0. We only want to capture you alive, so why don't you surrender?" Sagman exhaled and suddenly laughed. His smile was filled with viciousness. "When have you ever heard of a beyond grade A surrendering before even fighting? Maybe today." Han Zhao raised his brows. Although he said that, he lowered his body slightly and got into a charging posture, ready to fight. Seeing this, the other beyond grade as also became restless, ready to attack with Han Zhao at any time. Sagman looked ahead and said to Taylor, "I'll try to stall all of them later, and you find a chance to escape. They only want to capture us alive, so it's better for us to escape. Don't be silly. They clearly came prepared. I can't escape." Taylor smiled bitterly and took out his staff. "I'll stay and fight with you. Even if I can't change the outcome, I can't be captured without dignity." Sagman nodded and said with a deep voice, "I wonder how long it will take for us to regain our freedom after this battle." The 2 of them exchanged glances. Boom! The next moment, the spaceship exploded, and the 2 of them charged toward the countless dynasty troops. Galaxy Chronicles, Official Revised Edition. Frowny Face Galaxy Calendar, Year 705, September 27th. The Arcane Church and the Fallen Ark joined hands and launched a surprise attack on Planet Lighthouse in the Flickering World. Their goal was to obtain the Evolution Cube and kill the Red Empire's beyond Grade A allies, Black Star, Milizau's, and Bayoni. Magus Austin participated in this battle. The Arcane Church used the 10,000 Deity Scepter to heavily injure Milizau's, but was sealed by Black Star using a special method. Black Star captured the Arcane Church's beyond Grade A Dylan alive and destroyed the Arcane Church's surprise attack plan. The Arcane Church fleet was forced to retreat, and the dynasty began to pursue them. October 3rd of the same year, when the Arcane Church fleet escaped from the Flickering World, Fleet Commander Rogo and beyond Grade A Mercer were captured. January 21st, year 706, with the assistance of the Radiant Federation, Black Star Corps, Bloodshed Land, Clink Kingdom, and Amethyst Civilization, the Red Empire successfully intercepted beyond grade as Sagman and Taylor in the Shattered Star Ring. The 2 of them fought a bloody battle and were eventually captured by the Red Empire. At this point, the dynasty's pursuit came to an end. The Arcane Church fleet was completely annihilated. Of the 6 beyond grade as who participated in the surprise attack, 4 were captured by the Red Empire, and only 2 escaped. This is known as the Battle of Planet Lighthouse and the Enemy of Ethereal Incident. Happy April Fool's Day, a new month has begun. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket? Remember the mobile version of the website. M865 captured page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 862. The Arcane Church had a diplomatic embassy on the mother planet of the Red Empire. The ambassador visited the political core of the Red Empire, Trinamir Palace, to discuss the ransom of Dylan and Mercer with the relevant officials of the dynasty. The negotiations had been going on for a few months. The dynasty officials were initially stubborn, but now they were gradually accepting some of the conditions. The ambassador of the Arcane Church knew that he was gradually making progress. Regarding the ransom clause number 53, we have something to add. The ambassador spoke, and the dynasty officials nodded and listened. Occasionally, they would ask a question or two. They did not have the authority to make their own decisions. In fact, they were only the mouthpieces of the upper echelons of both sides. Their attitude was the attitude of the upper echelons. After listening for a while, the communicator of the dynasty official suddenly rang. After receiving the message, the ambassador tactfully stopped talking and signaled that he would continue after the matter was settled. The dynasty official opened the communicator, glanced at it, and then put it away. Seeing this, the ambassador was about to continue when the dynasty official raised his hand and signaled for him to stop. Let's end it here for today. The previous conditions are all overturned. Go back and make a new ransom agreement. The ambassador was shocked. Didn't we already discuss the previous agreement? Why did you suddenly? The dynasty official waved his hand and interrupted the ambassador. He stood up and looked down at the ambassador. A smile appeared on his face, and the smile contained a sense of pride and superiority that made the ambassador feel uneasy. Go back and wait for the news from your upper echelons, or you can look at the news today. You'll know why. After 3 months, the situation between the Red Empire and the Arcane Church had new developments. On this day, the dynasty made a new announcement to the entire universe, announcing that they had successfully captured 2 beyond grade as of the Arcane Church. So far, the dynasty had 4 captives in their hands. The dynasty's counterattack was like thunder, and many organizations in the universe were shocked. Seeing the Arcane Church suffer such a huge loss, some were gloating, some were secretly happy, and some were united against a common enemy. In more than 10 star fields, among the galactic residents of countless civilizations, this news caused a huge commotion. In the eyes of ordinary people, beyond grade as were like gods, as far as legends were concerned. However, this time, a total of 4 high and mighty beyond grade as were beaten into the mortal world and became prisoners. Ever since the Star of the Galaxy calendar, it had been many years since a group of beyond grade as had been captured. Countless galactic residents felt as though they were witnessing history. This sensational incident would definitely be recorded in history. On the forums, the players' views on this incident were focused on a different perspective. The mission of searching the area had been completed, and the players who provided the clues were equally rewarded. In the Army program, Philip issued a message to all of them, praising them for their contributions. This proved that they had contributed greatly to the dynasty capturing the 2 beyond grade as. The few players who first discovered Sagman's unusual behavior posted on the forums about their rewards. This made many players realize that they had inadvertently changed the direction of the storyline of this huge incident. Their participation in this storyline had caused quite a bit of impact. From version 1.0 to the current version 3.0, the players gradually realized that they had more and more influence on the storyline and were more and more involved in the galaxy. Usually, the players would only feel the influence of their actions when they were carrying out side missions on weak planets. However, this time, they had changed the storyline of a huge incident related to the battle between universal civilizations, which was several levels higher. Realizing the importance of their actions brought them a sense of accomplishment and joy that made them happier than just the mission rewards. This incident was also recorded in the Annals of the Shattered Star Ring by the players. Every player could write their own annals, which resulted in a lot of redundancy. The officials would filter the incidents and organize them. Some trivial matters would be placed in the appendices, and only such huge incidents would be placed in the main post. The players who wrote the annals could sign their names and receive rewards. Many people were proud of this. In another star cluster in the Shattered Star Ring, a long fleet was lined up in front of a public stargate. Among them was an ordinary spaceship. Inside the spaceship, the virtual screen was showing a piece of news. The Dynasty's news channel announced the results of the pursuit. 2 beyond grade, as from the Arcane Church, were captured alive. Beep. The virtual screen was turned off. Ninja put down the remote control and held his forehead with one hand. His expression was complicated. Sagman and the others have been captured by the Dynasty. Of the 4 people who had escaped from the flickering world, 2 had already been captured. Psyker's situation was also very bad, and it seemed like he was the only one who could escape from the Shattered Star Ring unscathed. Ninja could not help but feel pity for him. He still remembered that when they first set out, the 6 of them were filled with confidence and felt that they had a 90% chance of success. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, they would be completely annihilated and flee in defeat? Many of them were captured, and only the aftermath was left. He heard that the upper echelons of the Arcane Church were negotiating with the Red Empire to discuss the issue of ransom. Now that the Dynasty had 2 more bargaining chips, the Arcane Church would have to pay an even greater price. Furthermore, he did not think that the Red Empire would allow the Arcane Church to ransom everyone. Among the 4 who were captured, some would probably be imprisoned for a long time. At least, I brought the 10,000 deity scepter back. Ninja shook his head lightly. At this point, he could only use this excuse to comfort himself and the Arcane Church. Luckily, Ninja brought the 10,000 deity scepter and didn't let the Dynasty snatch it away. In a meeting of the Arcane Church's bishops, many of the bishops were frowning. Someone said this in a relieved tone, but it only attracted a glance of helplessness from the others. A bishop sighed. We activated the spy network in the Shattered Star Ring, but we didn't manage to bring back all the beyond grade as. The price we paid is far greater than the benefits. Sagman and Taylor have fallen into the hands of the Dynasty, increasing their bargaining chips. We need to pay more ransom, and the Dynasty won't be polite with us. The ransom between 2 universal civilizations would not be as simple as money, but political, military, and economic conditions. The round table of the conference was filled with worry. The bishops looked lost, but they had no time to be angry. Dylan, Mercer, Taylor, and Sagman did not only represent themselves. The 4 of them each had their own beyond grade A organizations, and they were extremely powerful. Now that their leaders had been captured, these beyond grade A organizations were in an uproar, and everyone was anxious. The Arcane Church had to stabilize these allied organizations, so they were under immense pressure, coupled with the attention of the other beyond grade, as not only did the Arcane Church have to ransom them, but they also had to do it as soon as possible. They could not disappoint their allies, or it would be difficult to attract new beyond grade as to work for them in the future. There would always be old beyond grade as dying and new beyond grade as being born. The time scale of a civilization was very long, and the beyond grade as under them would be constantly updated. From a long-term perspective, the reputation of a civilization in this regard were more important than the 4 captured individuals themselves. In terms of updates and iterations, the Red Empire currently had an absolute advantage. As the holder of the record for being the fastest to reach the beyond grade A realm, Black Star was undoubtedly a stock with great potential. After this battle, Black Star, who had only reached the beyond grade A realm not long ago, had already begun to show his edge, faster than countless organizations had expected. In the foreseeable future, with the ability Black Star displayed, he would definitely become an expert that the Red Empire relied on. The most frightening thing was Black Star's age. He was the youngest beyond grade A and could serve the Dynasty for hundreds or even thousands of years. In other words, they would probably have to deal with this guy continuously for the next few hundred years. Thinking that the Red Empire had such a stock with great potential, The upper echelons of the Arcane Church were extremely jealous. They also wanted to kill Black Star, but this attempt had caused them great losses. The Arcane Church was forced to temporarily give up on the Evolution Cube. Before the impact of this incident was resolved, the Arcane Church did not plan to find trouble with Black Star anymore. They did not even want to look at him. The Arcane Church admitted that they had failed this time. They would remember this debt for now. They would settle it in the future. The days were still long. Sagman and the others have failed this time. In a dark room, the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church gathered here through remote projections. There were 6 seats above the round table. Because of this incident, all the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church gathered together to discuss this incident. Back then, when the Arcane Church was planning this operation, they came to find me. They only saw the difference in strength and felt that it was impossible to fail. However, I felt that there was a risk, so I rejected the call. That brute Mercer replaced my position. Now, it seems like it's a good thing I did not agree back then. Someone could not help but speak in hindsight. It's a pity that I'm being watched by many organizations and can't be secretly mobilized. Otherwise, with me participating in this operation, the result would have been different, someone else said calmly. The Arcane Church also had existences similar to the 3 national pillars of the Red Empire. However, the strongest Beyond Grade as did not participate in this operation. Because of their strength, they were more closely monitored and any movement would attract attention. The Arcane Church felt that with the 10,000 deity scepter and the advantage in numbers, they were more than enough to crush the dynasty. Thus, they found Sagman and the other 6 Beyond Grade as. The strongest Sagman and Ninja were still a distance away from the strongest Beyond Grade as. However, no matter what, Sagman and the others did not manage to snatch the Evolution Cube despite having the advantage in numbers. The ability Black Star displayed this time was an unexpected factor. It seems like we have another strong opponent. In a few decades, the dynasty's 3 pillars will probably become the dynasty's 4 pillars. Seeing their allies on the same side suffer at the hands of Black Star, the Beyond Grade as present could not help but have a deeper impression of Han Shao. How is it? What do you guys think? Should we wait for the Arcane Church to ransom them? Or should we intercept the dynasty's fleet and rescue them midway? Let's just wait and see. If the Arcane Church can solve the problem, we should not complicate the situation. Furthermore, according to the information from the Arcane Church, Black Star can seal Beyond Grade as. Although we don't know what kind of universal treasure it is, it's obviously not that easy to break. Everyone nodded. They were all wary of the second mysterious universal treasure in Han Zhao's hands. Normally, when the dynasty escorted for Beyond Grade A captives back, the important condition for them to rescue the midway was to cooperate with the outside. However, the Arcane Church said that Black Star could seal Beyond Grade as. With the intelligence of a universal civilization, this was definitely not baseless. Without cooperation from the inside, the difficulty of rescuing them midway would increase exponentially. Although it seemed like a small change, it would affect the entire situation. The Beyond Grade, as present, all had a relationship with Sagman and the others, but this relationship was not enough for them to take the risk. The deep blue space energy swirl raised ripples that looked like tides. An overwhelming fleet of the Imperium, spurting out orange propulsion flames, slowly sailed out of the space gate, leaving trails of fading exhaust flames. Among them was an enormous dragon that was as large as a warship. The light of the Stargate sprinkled on the hull of every battleship, leaving mottled shadows on the mechanical structure of the battleship, illuminating the cracks and dents in the armor. The damaged outer armor was filled with battle scars. A few Black Star Corps spaceships hovered not far from the Stargate and slowly approached the heavy-armed main ship of this fleet. The damage of the main ship was especially terrifying. A large area of the armor plate was torn apart, and there were dozens of holes filled with nano-repair materials. All of these showed how intense the battle was. The spaceships docked with the main ship, and the mechanical structures around the hatch locked together, completing the connection. The hatch slid open, and Han Shao walked into the main ship through the tunnel. Under the lead of the dynasty's soldiers, he arrived at the prison area that was heavily guarded. There were 2 restraining cabins placed there. The inner walls of the restraining cabins were made of an extremely tough alloy material, making it extremely difficult to escape from the inside. The internal structure would automatically adjust according to the size of the prisoner and fix them in place. The interlayer was equipped with various devices to provide high voltage and electromagnetic fields to restrain them and weaken the transmission of energy. The 2 restraining cabins were holding Sagman and Beyonder respectively. The restraining cabins could not completely restrain a Beyond Grade A, but the 2 of them were already heavily injured and could not break free. Heber, Bayoni, and the other Beyond Grade as of the dynasty were guarding by the side. Han Zhao's main body had come over to use the space-time amber to completely seal the 2 of them. Lord, Psionic Prime, and the other apostle weapons greeted him. You've worked hard. Han Zhao nodded and retrieved the mechanical shell. The mechanical shell carried his Lord's descent, and it would not be able to escape unscathed while fighting against Sagman and Beyonder. Sagman and Beyonder had nowhere to run, so they fought with all their might. The strength they displayed was not to be underestimated, especially Sagman. His Esper ability was extremely destructive and caused some damage to the fleet. However, he was still suppressed by the dynasty's Beyond Grade, as in the end. Tarakov's remote projection greeted him and nodded. You're here. We've been waiting for you. Release them. Han Zhao told the dynasty's soldiers to open the restraining cabins, took out the space-time amber, and sealed Sagman and Taylor within. This is much safer. There won't be any risk of them escaping. Tarakov knocked on the amber ball with satisfaction. Raven Loudy could not help but look at Han Zhao. He felt more and more that the space-time amber was extremely useful. Tarakov told the soldiers to move the 2 amber balls away while he brought Han Zhao and the others to the conference room. After everyone was seated, he looked at Han Zhao and said, Her Excellency the ruler is very satisfied with our progress. She has already learned of Black Star's contribution and has specially rewarded him. Han Zhao nodded. He had contributed quite a bit during the pursuit and provided a lot of intelligence. After capturing the 2 of them, his interface had notified him that he had received 4,500 dynasty contribution points. Not only that, Tarakov had also privately revealed to him that this contribution would cause the dynasty to favor him when it came to dividing the territories of the flickering world, and he would have a chance to obtain a bigger and better territory. Not only did this sudden incident avert danger, but it also turned the tables around. The dynasty's upper echelons had a very good impression of Han Zhao. The pursuit operation of the dynasty has ended. We will be searching for the Arcane Church's spies, but this task will be taken over by the intelligence department. The dynasty has another mission for you guys. Tarakov then changed the topic. Next, the dynasty needs you guys to escort 4 captives to the Constellation Corridor to prevent being intercepted by the Arcane Church on the way. Everyone nodded. It was necessary to be more cautious. They could not lose these bargaining chips because of carelessness. However, Black Star and the Tyrant are not included in the escort. Everyone looked over. Han Zhao and Heber were both surprised. What do you want us to do? Heber asked with a deep voice. Tarakov opened the star map and enlarged his field of vision. His finger pointed at the territory of the star pupil holy race. I need the 2 of you to lead some of the dynasty's fleets to the territory of the star pupil god race. To capture Cisco? Heber frowned. No, you guys are only there to pressure them. Tarakov shook his head. Cisco's situation is different from the others. He is the leader of a civilization, and his base is in the Shattered Star Ring. The dynasty originally planned to deal with him, but after you guys captured Sagman and Taylor, Her Excellency canceled this plan. You guys can treat it as a form of compromise. That's not bad. Max Similar interrupted. We have 4 captives in our hands, and Cisco is someone who has nowhere to run. It might not be a good thing for the dynasty to continue chasing after him. The others did not have any foundation in the Shattered Star Ring, so they could only blame themselves for not being able to escape. Cisco could run, but his temple could not. However, If the dynasty went to the territory of a quasi-star cluster civilization and forcefully took away the leader of their civilization, it would cause a huge backlash. The arcane church could not sit by and watch the organization under their protection be bullied like that, or they would lose the trust of their allies. The dynasty was not afraid of these consequences, but since they had captured new captives, they did not need Cisco as a backup option. If it was not necessary, the dynasty did not want to cause a huge backlash. Thus, they changed their original plan and decided to act according to the circumstances. Of course, not capturing Cisco did not mean that they would not pursue his actions. It was necessary to suppress the development of the star pupil race. If they could chase an organization that was close to the arcane church out of the star field, it would be the best. The Red Empire had mobilized hundreds of millions of battleships in order to develop the flickering world. Now that they had moved a portion of their fleet to the Shattered Star Ring, the armed forces that they could mobilize in this star field exceeded the combined forces of the other two organizations. Even if the Radiant Federation was the ruler of this place, it was useless. There was only one word: they could do whatever they wanted. What a pity. Han Xiao raised his brows. He could not help but feel that it was a pity that he could not capture the other party. He had always been very interested in Cisco's body structure. Every time he saw Cisco, he would want to poke his eyes out. However, he had taken away the race treasure in the eyes of the star pupil race. The two of them were like fire and water. Now that he wanted to go to someone else's territory to pressure them, it seemed a little too arrogant. It seems like I have to bring more people with me. I don't want to get beaten up, Han Xiao thought. Chapter 863. After finalizing the operation plan, the dynasty's troops were split into 3 teams. Milizau's and the others would escort the 4 captives sealed in amber back to the central galaxy. Terekov would stay behind to organize the fleet, and Han Xiao and Heber would not stay behind for long. They would head to the territory of the star pupil god race together. After watching the dynasty's fleet leave, Han Xiao turned to look at Heber's figure on the virtual screen of the spaceship and smiled. This time, we will be working together again. When we reach the star pupil god race, I hope you can live up to your nickname and be more domineering. Humph. The virtual screen turned black, and Heber turned off the communication, indicating that he did not wish to speak to Han Xiao. Outside the porthole, the Bloodshed Land's fleet turned around and left, turning into streams of light. Han Xiao shook his head and immediately dialed Sylvia's number. Get her Luz to send some fleets to this rendezvous point. I've gotten Philip to send you the star map coordinates. Roger. After a brief exchange, Han Xiao ended the call. He felt more and more that Sylvia was capable, and he did not have to worry about anything. I feel like I'm becoming more and more like Ames, a hands-off boss. Han Xiao played with the communicator and could not help but chuckle. He suddenly thought of something. If he were to become Ames, wouldn't Sylvia be his Jane Baldhead Jenny? The valiant female mechanical knight in his previous life had become the capable secretary of the army. He did not know which one was more attractive in the eyes of the players. He only knew that Sylvia seemed to be very popular among the players. This time, Mad Sky Hunter took the initiative to come to his side and nudged Han Xiao with his head. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he reached out to stroke Mad Sky Hunter's head. Mad Sky Hunter let out a snoring sound, stretched out his front legs, and stretched his back. He took the initiative to lower his head and let Han Xiao touch him like a pet. Only in front of Han Xiao, who had given him life, would Mad Sky Hunter show such an attitude. As a beast-type mechanical life form, he seemed to have some misconceptions about himself. Han Xiao had checked his internet records and realized that other than the combat information package, he had also downloaded countless videos of pets acting cute. It seemed like he had been diligently learning the various skills of a pet, which formed a huge contrast with his ferocious appearance. Han Xiao felt cold sweat. If he touched him, it would not feel good, but if he did not touch him, Silver Flash watched coldly from the sidelines, secretly disdainful. Humph, a bootlicker! Han Xiao thought for a while and sent a communication request to Ames. Aim's noble appearance appeared before him. Why are you looking for me? I have a mission here. I'm going to the Star Pupil Protoss race to bully Cisco. Are you interested? Aim supported her chin with her right hand. Her sleeve slid down, revealing a slender, snow-white arm. She blinked. I realize that you really don't like to chat with me when you don't have anything important to do. Are you coming or not? Let me look at the schedule. Ames raised her eyes, looked past the screen, and looked at the person beside her. She slowly asked, Jenny, does Floating Dragon Island have any missions for me to do recently? After a while, a haggard voice that was gnashing his teeth sounded from the other side of the screen. Yes, but have you done it before? Ames heard this and waved her hand. Han Xiao could not see what was happening outside the screen, but Jenny's voice disappeared. He did not know if she was hit by the force field. I have nothing to do, so I'll go take a look. Ames smiled as if nothing had happened. Okay. Han Xiao nodded and chose to ignore what had just happened. By the way, this is a mission from the dynasty. You shouldn't be the only one going, right? Yes, other than me, Heber will be going too, along with some of the dynasty's fleets. Heber is going too? Ames narrowed her eyes. Humph, I can't be bothered to see him. I'm not going. You go with him. Ames then hung up the communication. Han Xiao blinked and looked at the black screen, confused. Did Ames have such a big opinion of Heber? She went back on her word just like that. It seemed that she had underestimated the effect of Heber's previous straightforward courtship. Just as the Red Empire was holding 4 captives and gaining prestige across the entire universe, the Star Pupil Protoss had an uninvited guest in the Eternal Night Star system. Mother Planet, government building, official cabinet. Cisco held the highest authority, and the official cabinet was an organization that assisted him in managing government affairs. A portion of the official cabinet members were high-ranking officials with real power. This system obviously had its drawbacks, but it was not a problem for Cisco. His strength and prestige gave him the right to speak, and his psychic power allowed him to discern thoughts and emotions. No one could make him a mere figurehead. During this time, Cisco was on the run, and the official cabinet was in charge of the daily operations of the government. Both parties did not break off contact. Although Cisco was on the run, he had been handling the affairs of his race remotely. It was just that he was not at home and did not appear in public. Recently, the storm of public opinion in the universe had made the Star Pupil Protoss anxious. This was especially so when the Red Empire captured Sagman and Taylor, which made the Star Pupil Protoss citizens worried that their leader would be captured as well. They were also afraid that the Red Empire would take revenge on the Star Pupil Protoss race. Under all kinds of worries, a portion of them blamed Cisco in their hearts. Why did he have to get involved in this mess for no reason? Now, he was in such a passive position. Such views were widespread on the Star Pupil Holy Races network, and a small group of people were unhappy with Psyker because of the threat to their safety. As for Psyker's contributions in the past, it did not affect their judgment. It was normal for a group of people to hate someone who was given benefits, and it was a pity that Psyker did not succeed. Otherwise, the direction of public opinion would have been to praise him. However, the extreme views of a small portion of the public could not affect the stability of the government of a quasi-star cluster civilization. Cisco's control over his race was not made of paper. Even if the future was unclear, the government still operated diligently. The Official Affairs Pavilion issued an order to spread the news that Psyker had fallen into this situation because he was trying to reclaim the treasure of the tribe, creating an image that Psyker was willing to risk his life for the sake of the tribe's dignity. This firmly suppressed a batch of dissatisfied comments and controlled public opinion. At this time, in the Great Hall of the Cabinet, many important officials were discussing whether they should enter a higher level of wartime emergency to welcome Cisco back and protect him with the army, even at the expense of confronting the Empire. The upper echelons of the military also participated in the meeting and had their own opinions. At this moment, one of the upper echelons of the military received a report, and his expression changed drastically. He slammed the table and stood up. With trembling lips, he read the report with a trembling voice. Border Outpost Number 17 detected a large-scale dynasty fleet approaching the border. It has reached tens of millions, and there are battleships from the Black Star Corps and Bloodshed Land mixed within. What? All the important officials present turned pale with fright, their faces filled with horror. Could it be that the worst-case scenario had happened, and the dynasty's fleet had really attacked? Before anyone could react, the second piece of information arrived. The other party stopped at the border and did not force their way in. They are currently negotiating with the outpost officers and have confirmed that Black Star and the Tyrant are in this fleet. Their intentions are unknown. The important personnel on the scene slowly calmed down. They looked at the officer with resentment in their eyes. Can you not take such long breaths when speaking? You're scaring us. After the shock subsided, everyone's rationality came online again. That's right, there are only tens of millions of battleships. It doesn't seem like they are here to start a war. Could it be that they are here to force us to hand over our leader? What should we do? Won't we still end up in a conflict with them? Everyone had a troubled expression. Very soon, the third report was sent back in real time through quantum communication. Black Star and the Tyrant said that they are only here to visit the Star Pupil God race and hope to talk to Cisco face to face. The officials looked at each other in dismay. Do you think we're idiots for bringing such a menacing army here as guests? They are not here with good intentions. Say, if we reject their request, will they wait outside the border or use force? One of the officials asked hesitantly. Everyone looked at him speechlessly. Do you think the Crimson Dynasty sent their troops and too beyond grade as to come to our territory for sightseeing? Since we dared to invite them to our territory, that would be equivalent to refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. How could they let us off so easily? Little brother, how did you get into the intelligence pavilion? Do you have a backer? This matter is beyond the scope of our authority. Let's report this to Leader Cisco and let him decide. The intelligence pavilion immediately contacted Cisco, who was on the run outside. Not long after, the call went through. Cisco looked around, his 7 eyes scanning everyone from every angle. Seeing the heavy expression on everyone's face, he could not help but ask, "What happened?" "Leader, the Red Empire's fleet is here." One of his confidants explained the situation. After that, the entire place was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was waiting for his decision. Psyker took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened them and enunciated each and every word clearly. "Receive them. I'll rush back now. But they're here for you." Many people had anxious expressions, but subconsciously they were relieved. If Cisco had continued to run away and not come out to take responsibility, they did not know how this matter would end. They are doing this to force me to return. Black Star and the Tyrant understand me. They know that I will not abandon my civilization. Cisco's expression returned to normal, and he slowly said, "There is no use in running away. I have to face this calamity eventually. This is the price of failure." Everyone had grief and anger on their faces. Don't worry, the dynasty already has 4 captives in their hands. Directly visiting the Star Pupil Protoss might not necessarily be to capture me. Cisco shook his head. Other than observing the situation, he did not return because he did not think that the dynasty would take the risk to attack a civilization that was bound by the peace treaty. Although his base was rooted here, the dynasty might not necessarily capture him head-on. However, he did not want his race to take the risk for him, so he was not willing to accept the protection of his race's army. However, just in case, he did not go too far away and had been loitering around the border of the territory. Understood. We will open the border and let the fleet escort them to a planet, one of the commanders said in a serious tone. The safety of a territory was very important to a civilization, but at this time, they were actually taking the initiative to open the border to welcome hostile guests. The dynasty's actions were undoubtedly pressuring them, and everyone present could not calm down. Not long after, the Star Pupil Protoss dispatched troops to the border to welcome them. Most of the Red Empire fleet remained outside the border. Han Shao and Heber led a portion of the fleet and followed the star pupil Protoss troops to a border colonial planet. The star pupil Protoss obviously did not want too many people to know about this. The spaceship directly stopped in the inner administrative area of the planet. Before the emissaries qualified to receive the two arrived, the local feudal lord of this colonial planet would receive them. After getting off the spaceship, this feudal lord led Han, Xiao, and Heber to the reception room. Along the way, he was trembling with fear, as if he was treading on thin ice. Following behind him, Han Xiao could clearly see the beads of sweat sliding down the back of his neck. The star pupil Protoss soldiers around them were nervous and alert. They stared at Han Xiao and Heber's groups and gripped the guns in their hands tightly. Heber was used to other people's fearful gazes. He strode forward, and a group of Vanguard officials followed behind him. The muscular bullies looked ferocious, and they gave people the impression that they would form a team of fitness trainers to take a stroll on the road. They always gave people the illusion that they would shout, learn more about swimming and fitness at any moment. Han Xiao looked around at the architectural style of the star pupil Protoss. Hela, the other Black Star Guards, and the 4 Apostle weapons followed behind. The two of them had brought their own elite Calamity grade fighters, and beside them were the Dynasty's officers. Arriving at the reception room, everyone took a seat. The local feudal lord wiped his sweat and said carefully, "The emissaries are on their way. Please wait a moment." Heber was like a small mountain as he sat on the sofa with a powerful aura around him. He crossed his arms and asked coldly, "When is Cisco coming back?" This, I don't know." The local feudal lord was pressured by the aura, and he almost lost his composure on the spot. He barely managed to open his mouth and stuttered a sentence. Han Xiao casually picked up a special fruit on the table. It looked like a dyed blue cucumber. He took a bite, chewed twice, smacked his lips, and then picked up another one. With a flick of his wrist, he threw it toward Heber. "I've tested it. It's not poisonous. Eat it without worry." Heber's face twitched. "I was acting cool, and you threw a fruit at me. You ruined the atmosphere. Also, I'm a strong pugilist. Do I need a mechanic like you to test for poison for me?" The fruit was thrown over, and it would not look good if it fell to the ground. Heber could only catch it and throw it to the Vanguard official behind him. This time, Heber could not be bothered to say anything. He closed his eyes and rested. Han Xiao did not speak either. He closed his eyes and enjoyed Aurora massaging his temples. The atmosphere became quiet. After the guards around them were on alert at the beginning, they saw the few of them acting as if there was no one else around and were enraged. Damn it, these people do not care about the star pupil race at all. This was especially so for Black Star. Not only had he stolen their greatest treasure, but he had also dared to enter their territory. He was simply too arrogant. The few guards held their guns tightly and almost could not help but shoot at Han Xiao. However, their rationality stopped them. The Red Empire was currently doing whatever they wanted in the Shattered Star Ring, and their backer, the Arcane Church, had also suffered losses. Naturally, they did not dare act recklessly. Very soon, the guard around them began to change shifts. The Calamity Grade Supers who had arrived acted as guards. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Han Xiao and Heber, not daring to be distracted at all. After a while, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the door. The door was pushed open, and an emissary walked in with a few subordinates. "Your Excellency Black Star, Your Excellency Heber, emissary of the Red Empire. I'm the person in charge of receiving you. You can call me Jed." Jed bowed slightly, but his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Heber opened his eyes again and asked the same question. "When will Cisco arrive?" "We don't know. The leader has his own itinerary. It may take a few days, or it may take half a month. Please wait for a while. We will provide accommodation. If the two of you don't want to stay, we don't have any objections," Jed said lightly. Boom! Flames exploded from Heber's body, and the pressure increased exponentially. It was as if an invisible storm had been set off in the room. He stared at Jed coldly and slowly said, "Don't try to fool me. Don't patronize me. Cisco has always been near the border of the star pupil Protoss, not far in this direction. I'll only give you 3 days. If you don't see him by then, consider the consequences. Jed held his breath. He was suppressed by Heber's aura to the point that he could not breathe. He gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. I will convey your message to the upper echelons. This time, Han Shao opened his eyes and raised his hand to signal Aurora to step back. He stared at Jed with interest. I just walked around your network. You seem to be very keen on blocking the news. It seems like not many people know that we are here. What do you want to do? Jed thought of Han Zhao's ability, and his expression changed slightly. It's not good to block the news. Let me help you. Han Shao smiled. With a thought, Philip immediately released data packages to the major media websites of the Star Pupil Protoss, forcing them to publicize a few pieces of news. They could roughly be summarized as, the Imperial fleet came to question. The Star Pupil Protoss trembled in fear. Black Star and the Tyrant arrived, but Cisco did not dare to show up. And Cisco fled in fear of punishment, thinking of abandoning his race. Such shocking content brought up the rhythm of the Star Pupil Protoss being cowardly, and Cisco not daring to take responsibility. This made the citizens of the Star Pupil Protoss sullen, and dealt a blow to Cisco's prestige. With his virtual technology, this news instantly broke through the blockade of public opinion and swept across the Star Pupil Protoss network. Cisco had brought him a huge crisis, and he was here to establish the dynasty's prestige. Han Shao would not be polite. Only when Cisco appeared would he make Philip stop. Jed hurriedly walked to the side, exchanged a few words with the upper echelons, and then returned to Han Shao with a serious tone. Your Excellency Black Star, please stop this immediately, or else. Bang! Before he could finish, Jed's head was grabbed by a large hand and slammed onto the table. The table cracked. Bloodshed Land's chief Vanguard official, Rothers, pressed down on his head and coldly said, "Watch your attitude when talking to us. If there's a next time, I'll crush your head." Letting go of his hand, Jed staggered back, his face filled with anger. However, the situation was beyond his control, and he had no choice but to endure it. Without saying a word, he took out a handkerchief and wiped the blue blood on his head. Seeing how arrogant they were, the faces of the surrounding Calamity-grade supers turned uglier and uglier. Anger surged in their hearts, but their entire race was involved, and these people did not dare act rashly. They struggled internally and felt indignant. Han Shao raised his brows and glanced at Heber. His eyes seemed to be saying, "You're the evil one." Heber returned a look and said, "You talk too much." At this time, the news that Han Shao had spread caused an uproar on the internet. Countless Star Pupil Protoss citizens were enraged. Some scolded the dynasty for going too far and smearing their leader's name. Some were worried that Cisco would not return. Some were furious and could not wait to go to the planet where Han Shao and the others were at to confront them. Some were angry that the Star Pupil Protoss should be tough and would rather die than live in dishonor. Anyway, he was not the one risking his life, so there was no pressure in making the suggestion. Countless people wanted to take back their family treasure day and night. The Star Pupil Protoss were extremely hostile toward Han Shao, and Han Shao did not mind them being hostile toward him. The more hostile they were, the more Cisco's prestige would be affected. Jed did not say anything, but one of the guards in the room could not hold it in any longer and suddenly shouted at Han Shao, "Do you not have any conscience at all? You stole our family treasure and still dare to come here and show off." As soon as this was said, everyone looked at him. Hela's eyes flashed coldly. Just as she was about to punish him, Han Shao grabbed her hand and turned to look at this guard. "What's your name?" "Lalam." This guard was obviously going all out. He was extremely agitated and shouted very loudly. Then what do you want me to do?" "Of course it's to return our clan's treasure." "Sure." Han Shao nodded, took out the evolution cube, and threw it directly into the hands of this guard. "Take it." The Star Pupil Protoss present was stunned. This guard stared at the evolution cube in disbelief. Didn't you want it? Now it's in your hands." Han Zhao's smile disappeared. "However, I have to remind you, if you walk out of this room, you'll be snatching the evolution cube. At that time, the dynasty's expeditionary fleet will be here. Are you willing to bear the consequences? This guard's face turned purple, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're using your strength to threaten me. Do you have any morals in your heart? Han Shao raised his hand and sucked the evolution cube back into his hand. Shaking his head, he said, "You said that this is your family treasure, but this thing was not created by you. Just because you've had it for a long time, does that mean that the evolution cube belongs to you? This is the legacy of the evolutionary civilization, and you guys also picked it up and used your strength to take it for yourselves. It's not yours in essence, but you call it your family treasure. Also, let me correct you. I did not snatch the evolution cube. You lost it yourselves. I just picked it up and refused to hand it over to others, just like what you did in the past. You shouldn't use morals as an excuse. That's meaningless. Bullish asterisk T, we've had the evolution cube for so long, and we've long been its owners. Leader Cisco has always been connected to the evolution cube. Of course, it's ours. This guard said angrily. What you said makes some sense, but you didn't manage to protect your things and were snatched away by ES God. I'm not noble enough to return something I picked up. Furthermore, this thing is not the blood and sweat of your civilization, so I don't have any psychological burden. If you guys can snatch it back, I can't deny it. However, without enough strength, anything you say is just empty talk. I gave you a chance, but you didn't dare take it." Han Shao shook his head. He had never been a kind person, and he had another purpose for coming over this time, which was to solve the hidden danger of the evolution cube once and for all. He wanted to use the situation to pressure Cisco and force him to remove his psychic connection. As for whether it was right or wrong, Cisco had endangered his life many times. At this point, there was no need to dwell on this question. "You can leave first." Jed gestured at this agitated guard. Although he was also angry about the loss of his family treasure, he was more realistic. This time, the dynasty was here to show off, and it was impossible for them to make the other party hand over the evolution cube for no reason. Watching this, Heber threw a look at Han Shao. "Being the bad guy, you're not bad either. Let's work together." Han Shao rolled his eyes secretly. He had no choice but to be a little more arrogant. Sigh, a low-key handsome guy like him was not used to such a style. Chapter 864. The nearby star Pupil Protoss fleet urgently gathered on this planet and waited. The border not far away had also increased its defense, guarding against the dynasty's fleet outside the border. After waiting for 2 days, they finally received a report of Cisco's arrival at the border. "Your Excellencies, Leader Cisco has arrived at the border and will be here soon." Jed heaved a sigh of relief and forced himself to speak. His expression was slightly dispirited. For the past 2 days, Han Shao and Heber had been staying in the room. He suggested that everyone should stay in the room, but Han Shao and Heber did not even bother with him and did not allow him to leave. Jed could only accompany them in the room for 2 days. He was sitting on pins and needles, not daring to sleep. His high-strung nerves increased his mental exhaustion, and his complexion did not look good. To a beyond grade A mere 2 days did not require any rest. High-level life forms had a different sense of time and could react in microseconds. They could also adjust the activity level of their cells. The elites that the two of them brought along and the star pupil holy race guards around them were all calamity-grade supers, so they were not affected much. Only the government emissaries like Jed were a little tired. If they stayed in the room, the pressure that had gathered at this time would dissipate. Therefore, the two of them sat there for 2 days, increasing the pressure on the star pupil Protoss present. After waiting for a while, there was a commotion outside the door. In their perception, a huge energy source was slowly approaching. Heber suddenly opened his eyes and nodded slowly. "He's here." The next moment, the door opened and Cisco slowly walked in. Everyone's eyes focused on him. The guards present all heaved a sigh of relief, straightening their backs a little as if they had found their backbone. "Yo, isn't this little Cece? The hero has arrived." Han Xiao changed his posture and joked. Cisco glanced at him and walked to the seat opposite the two of them. Jed, who was originally sitting there, hurriedly got up and made way for Cisco to sit down. Didn't you want to see me? I'm back. What do you want? Just say it. Cisco's tone was solemn. However, the next second, Han Xiao suddenly raised his hand, and a mechanical structure covered his arm. Mechanical force flashed, and the machinery continued to expand, turning into a huge palm that pushed forward. The table and sofa in front of him were all pushed away, and the mechanical palm hit Cisco directly, smashing him into the wall. Bang, the whole room shook. What are you doing? The situation was so sudden that the guards' expressions changed drastically. They immediately wanted to help their leader. However, at this time, Hela and the rest of the Black Star Guards released their auras toward the surrounding guards. The oppressive aura was filled with warning intent, and the Bloodshed Land Vanguard officials were also glaring at them. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, Cisco's serious voice came from below the mechanical palm. Don't do anything. The mechanical palm was compressed bit by bit and left the wall. At this time, Cisco was completely embedded in the alloy wall, looking a little pathetic. He used his psychic power to pull himself out of the twisted metal wall and stare at Han Xiao, not intending to fight back. You almost killed me. Do you have a problem with me hitting you? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. No. Cisco took a deep breath. He knew that this was a show of strength to destroy his prestige, so he had to endure it. He told his angry subordinates not to be rash, got someone to move a new table and chair, and sat down in front of the two of them again. The surrounding star pupil Protoss clenched their fists tightly, their faces sullen. They could understand Cisco's attitude of enduring the humiliation, but they could not help but feel disappointed. On one hand, they were angry at themselves for being unable to do anything, and on the other hand, they were humiliated by the dignity of their race. Although many of the star pupil Protoss present knew that the dynasty was here to hold them accountable, they still imagined that Cisco would be able to handle such a situation while waiting. However, the current situation shattered their fantasy, and they had no choice but to accept reality. Their leader, Cisco, was here to be humiliated this time. After sitting down again, the Red Empire emissary who had been silent all this while finally spoke. You participated in the attack on the planet Lighthouse Outpost of the 6 Beyond grade as who escaped, for have already been captured. The dynasty wants you and the star pupil Protoss to give an explanation. What explanation do you want? Cisco asked with a deep voice. The dynasty emissary tapped on the smooth white bracelet and summoned a virtual screen. On it were the terms of the agreement. You have to make a formal public apology and sign this compensation agreement to show your sincerity. The details are all inside. If you don't agree, please come with us to the dynasty to be judged or wait for the arcane church to ransom you. Compensation and apology? Cisco mumbled. He had not been idle these past 2 days and had been thinking about the dynasty's intentions. This was not out of his expectations. The dynasty emissary did not keep it a secret and directly read out all the terms of the agreement. Many of the terms were extremely overboard, and the surrounding star pupil Protoss became angrier and angrier. There were only 2 choices before Cisco. One was to accept the compensation, and the other was to become a captive. Of course, there was also a third option, which was to resist. However, if he chose the third option, the dynasty would not give him any face at all. The dynasty did not necessarily need that bit of compensation, but they needed the enemy to submit. After listening, Cisco nodded. I accept this agreement and will publicly apologize for this operation. He did not care about the astronomical amount of compensation. He was helping the Arcane Church, and although he failed, the Arcane Church would not let his underlings take the blame. Otherwise, who would help them in the future? Therefore, the compensation would be paid by the Arcane Church, and there was basically no need for the star pupil Protoss to spend money. As for the public apology, it meant that the Arcane Church wanted to see it. This was because the Arcane Church would never apologize to the dynasty, But if they wanted to ransom someone, they had to express their attitude indirectly. The star pupil Protas's submission was a tactful representation of the arcane church's attitude. It could ease the recent conflict to a certain extent, and it would not embarrass Ethereal. It was a disguised compromise. Even if the arcane church supported the star pupil Protas, the Red Empire was also a universal civilization. In a situation where the two sides had conflicts on the surface and private negotiations, the star pupil Protas had to give an explanation. Only Cisco was clear about this, but the others might not be. In the eyes of the people around, their leader had agreed to such a humiliating condition without saying anything. This made the faces of the star pupil Protas turn uglier and uglier. The way they looked at Cisco changed from firm to complicated. It looked like Cisco had sold out the interests of his race without hesitation to protect himself. Of course, they knew that this was a huge mistake, but they could not help but have such thoughts. Although they knew that Cisco's choice was not wrong, Jed and the many guards around still felt angry and humiliated. This time, Heber spoke. "Cisco, take your people and leave the Shattered Star Ring. You know that the dynasty and us will not sit by and watch you develop. For you, the best choice is to leave this place." One less beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring was beneficial to the remaining people. Heber had the same thought as the dynasty, but he shook his head. "No matter what difficulties we encounter, as long as we can overcome them, we will not leave our home easily." Humph. Seeing this, Heber did not say anything else. This time, Han Shao knocked on the table and said calmly, "What comes next is our business. You pay the compensation to the dynasty, but you also have to express your gratitude to me, the victim." Cisco turned around and looked at him. "What do you want?" Han Shao smiled. "I want the evolution cube." Everyone was stunned. Cisco was confused. "Didn't you already take it?" "No, you misunderstood me." Han Shao crossed his arms and said calmly, "I want you to remove the psychic connection to the evolution cube and announce to the universe that you have already given the evolution cube to me." Cisco's expression changed. He finally understood what was going on. Black Star, this evil thing, was trying to kill someone's heart. Originally, the star pupil holy race had thought that Black Star had snatched away their race treasure. If they publicly announced that they were giving up the evolution cube and gave it to Black Star, they would not have a right to criticize him. At that time, all of the star pupil holy race members would be silenced, and the anger of the people would be vented on them. Their leader's reputation would plummet. "You could be asterisk starred." Cisco clenched his teeth. Han Shao said with a deep voice, "Because of the evolution cube, you have targeted me time and time again. This attack was also caused by the evolution cube. If I don't let you give up on this thing, similar things will happen again in the future. Also, I haven't settled the score with you about the Avidan Soul almost bombing Blue Star. Let's watch this video first." As he said that, Han Shao summoned a virtual screen. The video played was the video of the guard named Lalam attacking him 2 days ago. Philip had recorded it long ago. The video ended very quickly, and Cisco's expression was ugly. Han Shao put away the virtual screen, raised his brows, and said, "I did not hold it against a beyond grade A, but I do not wish to hear such nonsense again. Therefore, in order to prevent your people from continuing to think this way, I have decided to use this method to solve this problem once and for all. What do you think? What if I don't agree?" Cisco held back his anger. "It's fine if you don't agree." Han Shao narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "But are you still my opponent now? Have you ever thought about what will happen to the star pupil Protoss without you as their leader?" At this moment, Cisco realized that the black star in front of him was no longer the guy who had fought him to a draw. He immediately thought of Dylan, who had been captured alive by Han Shao in the blink of an eye. However, he was still unwilling to give up the evolution cube. The soul connection between him and the evolution cube had given him a certain bonus to his psychic strength. Without this universal treasure, his combat power would decrease, and his position in the arcane church would also decrease. This time, the dynasty's envoy spoke. "Black Star's intentions are the dynasty's intentions. If you don't agree, you can write it into the compensation agreement. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He had not discussed this matter with the dynasty, but it was only natural that the dynasty's envoy would support it. There might even be the influence of political assets. Hearing this, Syker clenched his fists and loosened them weakly. His tone was low. I agree. Bang. A Calamity Grade Star pupil Holy Race Calamity Grade Guard at the side could not hold it in any longer and slammed his fist into the wall, creating a crater. However, the other star pupil Protoss were also trembling in anger, and no one looked at him. Han Xiao and the others simply ignored him. Han Xiao nodded, took out the evolution cube, and let it float in front of everyone. The small silver cube rotated and attracted everyone's attention. Heber's Adam's apple moved imperceptibly, but he did not let his subordinates notice it. Then, show your sincerity first and remove your psychic connection. Cisco closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He then slowly released his psychic energy to touch the evolution cube and cut off the connection. The next moment, his body trembled, and his brain clearly sensed that the bridge between the evolution cube and him had been cut off. His ability to locate the evolution cube had disappeared. It's done. Cisco's tone was very low, trying his best to hide his disappointment. Han Xiao took back the evolution cube. A beyond grade, a super was very sensitive to energy, and the aura attached to the evolution cube had indeed disappeared. Finally, the hidden danger has been removed. Han Xiaoxin felt relieved. Although the space-time amber had the same effect, he would have to use the evolution cube at some point, and this would be more effective. However, he was careful and threw the cube to Fu Ding for inspection. Although Fu Ding was only a calamity grade, he was very lucky. Don't worry, your dynasty also has a beyond grade psychic, so it will be easy to find out. You don't have to worry about me doing anything. Cisco said, I've already agreed to your conditions. Is there anything else? If not, please leave the territory of the star pupil Protoss immediately. The dynasty emissary stood up. Okay, we will not disturb you. Remember, the dynasty will always be watching you. We look forward to your announcement. Cisco clenched his teeth and did not say anything. Don't blame me. Han Xiao also stood up. If you fail, you have to pay the price. At least you're still alive. As soon as he said that, Han Xiao suddenly felt that his words were very villainous. However, in the eyes of the star pupil Protoss, he was an out-and-out villain. I won't always fail, Cisco said with a deep voice. You won't always be alive either. Heber interrupted and walked out of the room first. The dynasty emissary followed closely behind. With one foot out of the door, Han Xiao looked back at Cisco, who was sitting still, and smiled. Instead of being angry with us here, you should deal with the public opinion first. Cisco did not respond and asked, How's Dylan? You still have the time to care about others? Looks like your relationship with him is really good. Han Zhao's lips curled up. Don't worry, he's safe now, very safe. With that, Han Xiao waved his hand and even had the time to say goodbye before leaving. After watching the group disappear from sight, Cisco received a report that Han Xiao and the others had boarded the spaceship and taken off. After sitting a daze for a while, Cisco looked up and saw that all his people in the room were staring at him. He sighed and stood up. Tell them to prepare for a government press conference. I will personally attend. Jed hesitated and reminded him. Blackstar used virtual technology to invade many media websites and incited public opinion everywhere, spreading unfavorable comments about you. Do you want to deal with it first? No, Blackstar will stop once he leaves. Although he's a ruthless person, he won't keep playing tricks like this. Cisco sighed. And when I release the announcement, you'll know that public opinion is nothing. When he thought about the backlash this announcement would cause, Cisco's heart was filled with sorrow. However, the situation was beyond his control, and he had no choice. Even if he asked for help from his family, the Arcane Church, considering the importance of ransoming Syker, would not start a new conflict with the Imperium over such a small matter as damaging Syker's reputation. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.